The WebEx is now live.
Good morning, everyone.
Good
morning. And welcome to the Cumberland County Board of Education Committee meeting. Today is December 2nd, and I thank you for coming out and for listening in. We have all committees today. So, I know, right? We're going to start with budget and finance. Mr. West.
Thank you much, and I think if it's okay with everybody, we're gonna call an audible and do the recognitions for auxiliary first, so they can get back to work, which I know they're eager to do. So we'll turn it over to Kevin.
Thank you for the opportunity to come in first thing this morning. We would like to get them back, and this is a great time. We like to call up Miss Donna. She's going to do our operations employee of the month.
Good morning.
Stop smiling.
I see you smiling.
Yes, we see it.
We see it.
We understand though.
What?
Your retirement.
Your
smile.
retirement.
18 days. I'm not counting.
You're not counting.
No, good morning. This morning I would like to introduce y'all to the December employee, operations employee of the month, Mr. Larry Moore. Larry, would you come up and join me? So I picked up my wrong notebook that has my cheat sheet in it, so I'm gonna try to remember this from scratch, Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore is the head custodian at the Operations Center. So I get to work with Mr. Moore every day, and it is a great pleasure. But he started with Cumberland County Schools in 1997 as a custodian at Armstrong Elementary School. Yay! And then a year later, he moved over to Beaver Dam and became their head custodian. And then around about 2008, Larry joined us at the Operations Center and is our head custodian. Before his tenure at Cumberland County School, he did factory work at a yarn mill. And what is it that you told me you did? Oh, construction work. I should have remembered that one, construction work. But we were glad that Mr. Moores chose to come to Cumberland County School and spend time with us. He is really a pleasure to work with. Every day, anything you ask him, he responds right away. Favorite part of his job, he says, is taking care of the floors, and you can tell because our floors always look nice at the Operations Center. But Larry is married to his wife, Antoinette, for 25 years. He has 8 children and 8 grandchildren and 1 great-granddaughter. And that's how he likes to spend his spare time, besides fishing with his family and with his grandchildren. So Larry, thank you very much. Job well done. You're the last employee that I will get to present one of these plaques to, and it's a great honor to be able to do so. Next, I'd like to call Mr. Mario Caesar up, and we'll recognize the housekeeping school of the month.
We need to have a fishing tournament.
You can do a fundraiser for fishing.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Fish fry, yeah.
It gives me great pleasure to announce our Housekeeping School of the Month for November 2025, Sherwood Park Elementary School. Can we give them a hand? Mouse, come on up, please. The head custodians, Mr. Darrell Harrington is not here. However, he is well represented by the second in command, Ms. Shona, is Shona pronounced Vals, who is going to receive the certificate of appreciation. Before we present the certificate, just a little bit about Ms. Vals. She has been employed with CCS for 3 years. She's a custodian too, enjoys her job tremendously. Some of her accomplishments: she has been awarded staff member for the month of April in 2022. She also received the support staff for the month of February 2025. Her interests and hobbies, she enjoys cleaning, listening to music, traveling, discussing historical events, and going to thrift shops. Woman after my own heart. I love going to thrift shops also. All right, so it gives me pleasure again to congratulate you guys, Sherwood Park, one of our great schools. You do a great job all of the time. Certificate of appreciation that reads is awarded to Sherwood Park Elementary in recognition of Housekeeping School of the Month, November 2025, Mario C. Caesar. Earl Jenkins, could you stand? Is the supervisor over Sherwood Park. Can we give him a hand? He's doing a great job. Thank you so much. All right, thank you all. Let's give them.
We call it Beth May. She'll do our cafeteria of the month.
Okay, I just want to defend my squeaks and say, for cafeteria, we have to have slip-resistant shoes. Well, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am pleased to present to you this morning Brentwood Elementary School as the December Cafeteria of Excellence. Ms. Kim Gathings here is our cafeteria manager. She's been with Child Nutrition she's starting on her 14th year, but she's only been manager for a year and a half. She previously served as an assistant manager and graduated up till she served at one of our, what we call paired schools, where the assistant manager is the person in charge with a manager nearby. When I interviewed her for Brentwood Elementary School, cafeteria manager, I was so impressed with her because she obviously possessed everything that we look for in a manager. She had leadership skills, she had enthusiasm for the job, she had calculated strategies on how to motivate her staff to get the results that she was looking for, and just her standards were high quality service for the children. So it does not surprise me that she has done an outstanding job in just her 1 year at Brentwood, that she's represented us extremely well and impressed her principal to nominate her for Cafeteria of the Month. The principal writes, in education, we strive to support the whole child, and that includes meeting their nutritional needs. I can proudly say that our cafeteria team ensures every student has the opportunity to receive both breakfast and lunch each day. When I say every student, I truly mean every student. These remarkable ladies come out into the dining room and connect with the students every day. They greet them by name, learn their likes and dislikes, and work efficiently to get them through the line quickly. They also make it their priority to know which students have allergies and their specific dietary needs. Their impact goes far beyond serving meals. They help brighten our students' days with smiles, a good morning, and a personal connection with the students that the students look forward to. They're consistently going above and beyond to make sure our students feel overlooked. The principal also shared a story with us that we had a menu item one day, and the last few students that came through the line, they had run out of the product and the students were disappointed. But Kim made an extra effort the very next day to remake that product for those specific students to make sure they had the same opportunities as everybody else. Again, I say she represents us well and makes us proud. Congratulations, Kim, for a Cafeteria of the Month. Michelle Lovick. Michelle has overseen Kim for quite some time and brought her to my attention, and I appreciate it. And Miss Casey Yates, her principal, who nominated her. Thank you. Thank you.
If I'd also, thank you so much, Beth. I'd also like to just acknowledge Donna. This is Donna's last committee meeting, and I just want to thank her for everything she's done, the grace and just the decisions that she's made and how she's run her department. It's just been really great to work with Donna, and so I appreciate that. I wanted to bring that up as this is her last. Also introduce Matthew Johnson, who's here with her today. And so just take this opportunity. You'll hear more from him later, but I just wanted to publicly say thanks to Donna for everything that she's done.
Thank you, Kevin, and thank you everyone for keeping that recognition going. Yes, ma'am.
Donna, as chairman of this committee, I'd like to personally thank you for the years that I've had the opportunity to work with you these last 3 years. And I wish you nothing but luck and love on your future endeavors with your husband, your grandchildren, and enjoy Florida, because I hope to be behind you soon.
I second that emotion.
That you hope to be behind her soon, or you hope to be behind her soon.
Thanks everyone for keeping that recognition going. It's one of the most special things we do each month, and we need to keep that going. We've got a lot of special folks, but we'll now move to Budget and Finance Committee, and I'll call the meeting to order. And that committee is made up of myself, Ms. Bell, Ms. Musgrave, and Ms. Warner. And is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
Motion to adopt.
Thank you, Ms. Warner.
Second.
Second by Ms. Bell. Linda, with a, I guess you're back there. Haven't said hi to you this morning. Okay. We have a motion to vote on. Thank you all. And is there a motion to approve the minutes from November 4th?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from November 4th, 2025.
Thank you, Ms. Bell, and I'll give Ms. Musgrave the second. Linda. Thank you. We have one item today, and that's to receive the Cumberland County Board of Education financial statements for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025. Jay?
Thank you, Mr. West. We have Mr. Dale Smith. He's the lead partner with our external auditors. He'll go through the report for the financial statements, and then I have three brief things. He'll go through the report, then questions, and I have three brief things, and we'll wrap it up.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Hope everyone's doing well. Everyone should have the, and I see it's already pulled up, the financial statement summary. You should have also received the detailed financial statement. It's like 80 pages long or so, but we'll be going over the 10-page summary that you've been provided. You probably noticed that they're still labeled draft. The federal government was extremely late this past year in releasing the federal compliance supplement. They did put that out about a week ago. The day before Thanksgiving. So we should be able to get the financial statements wrapped up in the next week or two. But there will not be any changes to the numbers that we're going to be talking about this morning, or any of the other information that's included in the report. So all that'll be is just a formality of just going through and finalizing the audit. So everything that you've been looking at is going to be final. And again, that's what we'll be talking about this morning. The audit covers two main areas that we'll be talking about, the financial statement section and the compliance section. And there's a total of 4 letters that we issue that pertain to these two audit areas. And these 4 letters are summarized on page 1 of the report. So if you will go to page 1, we'll talk about those. And the first letter is the report on the financial statements. And for the financial statement section, we perform an audit of the actual finances of the district. That's all the amounts and the disclosures that you see in the financial statements. And the report that we issued there is a clean, unmodified opinion, and that's exactly what the board wants to receive. And it basically means that we feel as though all of the amounts and disclosures are reliable and free from any sort of material misstatements or errors. Now, the next 3 reports that you see pertain to the compliance section of the audit. And these reports relate to various detailed testing that we have to perform on the state and federal grants that flow through the district, and as well as the internal controls of the district. We perform testing in those areas as well. And the first letter is the report on internal control and compliance. And we don't issue an opinion on internal control, but we do report any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we note in internal controls as part of our testing. And we did not report any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies as part of our audit. And there were no non-compliance areas noted in our audit. And the non-compliance would relate to items like budget violations or any other violations of the School Budget and Fiscal Control Act. So we didn't note any issues of that nature. Now, the other two reports are the reports on major federal programs and state programs. And the majority of the funding that's received by the district is from state and federal sources. And we're required by those funding agencies to perform compliance audits to ensure those funds are being expended in accordance with the various restrictions that those granting agencies put on those dollars. And we're happy to report that we issued clean, unmodified opinions on both of those letters as well. So overall, it appears that the district has good controls and processes in place over the expenditure of the state and federal grant awards. And, we pull a lot of general expenditure and payroll expenditure samples as part of our audit. And we get backup documentation for all of those transactions. And Jay and his department were able to provide backup for everything that we asked for. Everything was well documented, very transparent. So again, we noted no issues related to that testing.
Could you speak up a little bit, please?
Sure, I'll try to.
Thanks.
So did anyone have any questions about these letters? Okay, all right, if not, let's turn over to page 2. And we've got a 3-year summary of the findings and question costs related to the compliance portion of the audit. And as you can see, there were no findings reported for the current year, that shaded column to the far right for June 30th, 2025. And I think this is the first time in about 5 years that there haven't been any findings reported, so that was good to see. There was one finding reported in the previous year, finding 2401 in last year's audit report. And this finding related to expenditures in the school food service fund exceeding the amount appropriated in the budget. And we tested for that in the current year. There were no issues noted. There were no budget violations noted in any district funds this past year. So that finding has been shown as corrected in the detailed 6/30/25 audit report. Okay, let's turn over to page 3 and we'll look at the 3-year summary of the general fund. And this summary is broken up with a balance sheet at the top, and you've got an income statement at the bottom portion of the schedule. And we'll be focusing on the shaded column for June 30th, 2025. And if you look at the top, the fund had cash and cash equivalents of $57,183,465 at June 30th, 2025, which made up the majority of the total assets of $57,638,632. Liabilities, right below that, were $14,846,255. And if you take total assets minus liabilities, you get the district's fund balance in the general fund, which is $42,792,377. And of that $42.8 million, $14.2 million of fund balance has been appropriated to balance the budget for the current 25-26 fiscal year. And this amount is included in the $23,635,555 amount that you see as assigned. It's 2 numbers above that $42 million. Now, the other amounts that represent assigned fund balance is $2.9 million was appropriated for risk management for potential future workers' comp claims. You also had $5 million for technology expenditures and $1.5 million for pension spiking liabilities. So that's what makes up the $23.6 million. And this leaves the district with an unassigned fund balance of $17,526,306. And just right below that, we've got a little table that shows unassigned fund balance as a percent of general fund expenditures. And that amounted to 16.88% of general fund expenditures and 2.95% of total governmental fund expenditures. And that's just a metric that governments use to evaluate whether or not their fund balance is reasonable. Y'all's fund balance is at a good level compared to other districts that we audit as of June 30th, 2025. You can see it is down a little bit from the 2 previous years. And if you look at the bottom of that shaded column, you can see the fund balance did go down by $8.1 million last year. So that plays into your fund balance percentages being a little bit lower this current year compared to previous years. But you all did assign a good bit more of fund balance this year, so your unassigned balance is lower compared to previous years as well. And again, y'all do have a good fund balance level as of right now, but obviously you can't continue to spend 8.1 million of fund balance every year, or you know, it would be gone before too long. But I do understand that the 8.1 million was spent. It was planned. Y'all had the spending cliff or funding cliff that came through with the expiration of the ESSER funds this past year. So I understand it was intentional to spend down a little bit of fund balance this year to kind of ease the impact of those ESSER funds going away. So in any event, I think y'all are in good financial shape in your general fund as of June 30th, 2025. So did anyone have any questions about the general fund before we move on?
Good.
All right, next page, page 4 is your special revenue fund. And it's also a 3-year summary. And this fund primarily accounts for various grants and other restricted revenues that the district receives that don't flow through DPI, through your state public school fund or your federal grants fund. Includes programs such as Medicaid, NC3K, Impact Aid, ROTC, all of those flow through here. And you also have some unrestricted revenues that flow through this fund as well, such as indirect cost, interest income. The fund reported a net increase in fund balance for the year of $5,703,830. That's the next to last number in that shaded column, net change in fund balance. The fund ended the year with a total fund balance of $34,641,164. And the rise in fund balance this past year was primarily attributable to unexpended indirect cost and impact aid revenues that flow through this fund. I think the fund had cash balances at year end of $45.9 million, and that included $11.2 million of unexpended grants and other restricted revenues. So I think overall this fund's in good financial shape at year end. Anyone have any questions on this page?
There's probably an accounting reason, but why is it the 11.2 million and the balance is shown on the chart above?
It's not included in fund balance because it hasn't been earned yet. So it hasn't been recognized as a revenue. It's shown as an unearned revenue.
Okay.
So as y'all spend that money, you'll show a revenue and an expense at the same time.
So I knew there was an accounting reason. Thank you.
Page 5 is a 3-year summary of your capital outlay fund. And this fund reported a slight increase in fund balance for the year of $131,098. And that's the next to last line there, net change in fund balance. And the fund ended the year with a total fund balance of $3,622,452. And this is about the same level as you were at June 30th, 2022. So this fund's activity really hasn't changed that much over the past 3 years. And all of the fund balance in this fund is restricted for capital outlay purposes. Any questions? All right, the next page, page 6, is your school food service fund. And this page is set up more like the general fund we looked at earlier. You've got a balance sheet at the top, then you've got the revenues and expenses in the bottom section. And if you look at, let's look at the bottom line, the net income loss non-GAAP line there at the very bottom. If you look at the shaded column, you can see the fund reported a loss of $952,389 in 2025 compared to a profit of $1,035,429 in 2024 and a profit of $1,702,128 in the 2023 year. The primary factors that contributed to the decline in profit in the current year were that the child nutrition program purchased $1.4 million more in equipment in 2025 versus 2024. So upgrades were done that accounted for the majority of that change in profitability. And the other main factor was that the program paid over $400,000 more in indirect cost in 2025 compared to 2024. Basically, the indirect cost just goes straight into your local account. So just goes out of one bank account that the district owns into another, but it becomes unrestricted. And indirect cost is to cover the overhead costs incurred by the district in allowing the child nutrition program to operate within all the individual schools. So, it's good that the child nutrition program is able to pay indirect cost. We audit a lot of districts that their programs aren't profitable and they can't pay indirect costs. So, this past year, I think y'all's program paid 1.3 million total of indirect costs, which is good to see. As of June 30th, the program had cash balances of over 14.3 million, and that's the number at the very top of the page. So overall, the program continues to be in excellent financial condition as of June 30th, 2025. Any questions?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe, what do you mean when you say indirect cost?
It's basically the child nutrition program writes a check to the district's general fund.
Okay.
To cover, because they're operating within the schools and they incur there's utility costs and things like that. And like rent, they don't have to pay rent because they're operating inside of the schools. So that indirect cost is supposed to cover those costs they would have incurred had they been out on their own, had to have their own building, utility costs, rent, those kind of things. They don't have that. So in lieu of paying that, they give money to the district's general fund because the general fund is basically covering those costs for them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Okay, the next page is the child care fund,
It's what we call prime time.
prime time. And this page is set up like the school food service page we just looked at. So if you look at the bottom line, the net income non-GAAP, you can see the fund reported a profit for the 2025 year of $566,942 compared to a profit of $688,840 in 2024. A profit of $1,033,215 in 2023. And the program paid $328,321 of indirect cost in 2025 compared to $222,561 in 2024. Those amounts show up under the expenses section there at the bottom. So indirect cost, there was about $100,000 increase in indirect cost last year that was paid. And that pretty much amounts to the change in net income for last year. So again, that indirect cost just goes straight from the primetime bank account into the general fund bank account. Really it doesn't leave the district. So overall, with the increased cash reserves for this past year, if you look at the very top, cash went up from $4,870,000 to $5,435,000. So the program's in very good financial shape as of June 30th, 2025. And a lot of districts we go to, they're actually starting to discontinue their child care programs because they're having a problem, staying profitable. They're actually having to start subsidizing those programs from the general fund. So instead of paying indirect costs, those programs are a drain on the district, and that's why they're having to look at discontinuing them. So it's good to see that y'all's is profitable. Anyone have any questions? All right, and then the last three pages are what we call a required communications letter. And this letter covers some boilerplate areas that we're required to communicate with the board about. It basically has boilerplate language in it, lets you know that there were no uncorrected misstatements noted during the audit. There were no difficulties or disagreements encountered during the audit and dealing with management. And there were no significant reportable issues noted during the audit. Now on the first page, it does make reference to a new accounting standard that went into effect, GASB 101. So during the audit, we were required to do calculations to start recording sick leave liabilities that are expected to be used for sick leave. So there was a new liability recorded in the government-wide financial statements. Your financial statements are actually broken up into two parts. You've got a government-wide piece that's shown more like a for-profit business. And then you've got the fund statements. So we just talked about the fund statements. Y'all budget based on the fund statements. And So this liability that had to be recorded had no impact on the budgeting process that the district goes through. It's just more or less an accounting number that had to be recorded, and it will not impact anything that you all as board members need to be concerned about. The sick leave has always been there. Y'all have always accrued sick leave. Employees have been able to retire, early with their sick leave. What we had to go in and do was calculate the portion of sick leave that was anticipated to not be used for retirement purposes, but to actually be used for sick leave. So that's the portion that had to be recorded as liability. But again, it has no impact on what y'all are doing, but I did want to point out that was something new in the statements this year, in case you saw that reference to GASB 101 being implemented. And that was pretty much everything I'd planned to cover from the report. And overall, the audit went very smoothly. I think management has done a great job of resolving the issues that have been reported the past 3, 4, 5 years. And again, there were no findings reported this year, which was great to see. I think Jay and his department, they've done a great job of getting those things corrected. They maintain really good records. We were able to get the audit done on time. So again, we were very happy with what we saw from an audit standpoint. Was there anything I didn't cover that someone had a question about?
Anybody? Speak now. I think the silence is the fact that we're very pleased that it's no findings were done, and you've said that the audit happened on time, and it's a very cooperative department. So Dale, thank you and your firm for doing it for another year and giving us a good report. And Jay, same to you. Thanks for a clean audit, and we appreciate your crew's hard work.
Thanks, and you mind if I?
I expected they were here.
Right, so we have some great finance staff. We'll start with Beth Gray, Susan Riddle, Kenneth Villarreal, Teresa Carter, Ashley Johnson, and Christine Julema. And like I always say, you all see me, it's not me, it's these hardworking staff and the rest of the staff back in the department. They really knocked it out of the park for this audit, and it's really awesome, so.
Let's give them a round of applause. Like Dale said, every district's not so fortunate, and you cover a lot of districts. So
That's right.
you
That's
do.
right.
So we appreciate everybody's hard work.
Very diligent back there. We get emails 2, 3 in the morning, so y'all got some hard workers.
All right. Keep it up. No, we appreciate everything, and that covers that item. Let me get out of the PowerPoint. Are there any other committee concerns? You got some more stuff or not? I just wanted to
I just
thank
want Jay to know he can smile now.
you for another year.
Yeah, that was a couple months, right?
Good deal. Any other stuff? Jim?
And we gotta get ready for, what is it, the thing for the commissioners?
Oh, yeah, we're always ready for that.
There you go, Jay.
But and on that too, when we met in the spring with the commissioners, we talked about that $17 million unassigned fund balance. So we send our statements over there to them, and it's right in line with what we've been telling them the past 3, 4 months, so.
Right.
Perfect.
Very transparent. We appreciate it and accurate.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, very good. This committee is adjourned. Curriculum.
I just told, it's the total.
Burning up.
Professor, the big professor.
And to consider the adoption of the agenda.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Second.
Susan, motion and second. After join. Let's vote. One point zero three is to consider consider approval of the November sixth, curriculum committee meeting minutes.
I move that we approve the November 4th, 2025 Curriculum Committee meeting minutes.
Second.
Alright, motion by Dr. Hill, second by. Let's vote. Zero four is to consider approval of the CTE purchase agreements to Netcom and YNS Technology.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's that time of year to use the CTE program improvement funds to support middle school and high school programs. And we want to take you through these purchase agreements this morning for academic services. The first is for 140 ProBook computer laptops, the appropriate technology to support our career ready labs in the middle schools. As you can see, the quote is for $124,859.80 for this model, which will come out of our CTE program funds. Item 2 supports the refresh of the HP 330s and 340s, utilizing the Legion Gaming desktops to support the Adobe Academy courses. And here, this is for students in high school programs where they can earn credentials in appropriate coursework. Here's the model number. The appropriate amount here is $272,660.61 to upgrade some high school labs. These have high functioning graphics cards in them, so they're a little bit more expensive than the laptops that we use in middle grades. And we're asking your consideration for these items this morning.
Questions, anyone? That is a consider item.
I'm sorry. I'll move to approve.
Second. Motion to approve, Ms. Williams, second by Dr. Jones. Let's vote.
That's unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning. Morning.
1.05 is to consider approval of professional learning and coaching by the new teacher center to support high quality instruction.
Thank you, Ms. Musgrave. This is mine. So regarding professional learning and coaching to support high quality instruction, we ask for your consideration with the following. So our core vision is to ensure that every student in Cumberland County Schools graduates confident, competitive, and ready for career, college, and life. This initiative directly supports our strategic priorities. As you all know, our ambitious academic goal this year is that by the end of the 25-26 school year, 100% of our schools will increase proficiency by 5 percentage points and meet or exceed growth. We currently have 27 schools identified as low performing that require intensive support to meet this goal. So in September, I shared with you all our tiered academic success model, and tier 3 requires support and targeted professional learning. Our current district team of 16 curriculum specialists are working diligently to provide the intensive job embedded support needed for the 27 schools, as well as the other 60 schools. However, they're not able to provide the full day support that some of these schools require to accelerate the support needed for our curricular resources, instructional walks, and data analysis. So with that said, the New Teacher Center is a nationally recognized nonprofit with a 25-year track record of success. Their model is research-based and evidence-based. proven to improve teacher retention, grow instructional practice, and accelerate student learning. They specialize in building the instructional leadership capacity we need to create sustainable change in Cumberland County schools. So to deliver transformative instruction at an accelerated pace and in accordance with our academic success plan, Academic seeks the approval of the following purchase orders. With the new teacher center, we'll have this professional learning and coaching, and the goals are to support high-quality instructional practices in literacy and math. We want to strengthen the instructional leadership capacity of our school leaders and our instructional coaches while we're addressing the varying experience levels of those staff members. We want to ensure effective implementation of our Cumberland County instructional framework, our unit and lesson internalization protocols, as well as our walkthrough tool, the LA 2.0. We also want to utilize the adult learning theory to craft professional learning that ensures our educators accelerate their impact. So the total cost for this is $1,032,450, but which will provide everything we see here, monthly in-person support sessions at each school for the entire leadership team, quarterly data collection and analysis with the instructional leadership team, in addition to bringing in the curriculum team that works with them, as well as the area assistant superintendents who work with them. We'll have virtual and strategic planning sessions with each of these schools in the summer, and then on a monthly basis as well, to ensure alignment and that we have a strong start to the 26-27 school year. So we do seek approval for this purchase agreement to secure high-quality job-embedded support necessary to achieve our academic goals. Do we have any questions?
I have one, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Does this mean that every single school, low-performing school, will get the same services?
They'll get customized services.
Okay.
So in alignment with our curriculum framework that we already have right now and our curricular resources, we'll go in and provide that support to their instructional coaches, professional learning communities, and walkthroughs. So it'll be very similar, but whereas in one school, they might need more coaching, in another school, they may need more professional learning community support. So we want to customize it too to fit their need and not do a one-size-fits-all.
Thank you. That's the words I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Have you used the new teacher center? I mean, have you had experience personally with the new teacher center?
In my previous role, I worked for TNTP, which is not the new teacher center, but we also know very much about the new teacher center and it's high quality. And the large districts, there's 3 large districts in North Carolina who utilize their services. And they've had good results.
Can you tell me where you could seek that information? In other words, to find out how effective they were, because this is a lot of dollars, but the concerns that we've been hearing from teachers across the board is that there's so much time used that's not productive, because we're pulling them out, we're asking them to do more stuff. And in fact, they're not actually getting targeted things that they individually need. And that's my concern, is this is another plan, another program, and have we got some experience from somewhere that this was successful?
So Ms. Warner, they have an annual report on their website for every single year for the past 5 years. However, I do want to also say that this is job embedded, so the teachers won't be taken out.
Okay.
The coaches will be going into the classrooms, into the professional learning community meetings. So it will just be embedded, and it will continue to layer in the support that my curriculum specialists already have. And then the areas will follow up. So it's like layer, a layer, a layer, but it will be job embedded inside their school.
And one last question would, the other concern has been is that within our own system and our own instructional coaches, that some have, I guess, don't have the personalities to be helpful. They're more of, I don't want to say the word demeaning, but what's happening is they're giving them what they've done wrong, but they're not giving them proper instruction. So I do believe that our instructional coaches, in some respects, I know we've got some excellent ones, but I know that in some respects, we might need that training for our actually people that are going in from our staff.
So I do think it's important for us to have some of that perception data. So I appreciate that. I also, at the same time think that our curriculum coaches can go in and shadow the new teacher center instructional coaches. So that way we're building capacity of internal teams and external teams at the same time.
That's what we need to do, thank you.
So from my perspective of understanding this is help for everybody.
In the low performing schools.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
ma'am.
but I mean, for our instructional coach, for our area superintendents, it's for everybody to enhance what they already know or, to
100%.
to make them stronger so that, like you say, so we can accelerate to get where we need to be.
You got it.
Gotcha.
Are there other questions? You say the staff development is embedded.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm thinking of math. So all levels of math will be included in this, or just, for those low performing schools, how will you do that?
So we don't have high schools in low performance status, so it would be K-8 schools. And so it's less about math content and more about how we utilize the math materials and how the teachers are the experts, right? So we're coming in to show them, like, when we use the materials, this is how you internalize the materials to make sure that you're differentiating your questioning to meet the needs of our students. You all know we have diverse learners. And so how do we differentiate the questions? How do we differentiate the tasks? How do we go ahead and look at these materials and think, what prerequisite skill did the students need to master before you teach this lesson? And then how do we combine that in that instruction, right? So that we're not teaching foundational skills 3 days in a row and then get into the content, but like, how do we embed those foundational skills in the work? So more of those internalization protocols.
What about those teachers who aren't knowledgeable of their content? How do they how do you work with those?
So that would be more my team. So the curriculum specialist would go in and help them with their content. We have our monthly shift ed professional development that I can tell you for sure, since we've started Dr. Bracey's data meetings, we've had a lot more participation in those. So we have those for every single subject area on a monthly basis. Plus, that's when my team goes in as well. And most of these schools have instructional coaches. And so that's why we're trying to build their capacity so that they can go in and assist them if there's content questions, to work through the professional learning communities to say, if that's for instance, if I'm a principal and PLCs are my concern, a part of that would be working with the instructional coach to say, okay, these teachers may need to practice the concepts in the PLC before they teach it because we're not sure of their content knowledge. So that's where it goes back to Dr. Hales and that customization. But that's up to a school leader knowing that too, and an instructional coach knowing that information. And so that's also what the new teacher center does. Like, it helps the leader and the instructional coach have that lens to walk into a classroom to see, like, have you prepped these lessons? Do you know the content? And are you scaffolding appropriately to meet the needs of the diverse learners?
At some point in time, do you plan for, or your team plan for you all or you report back to this board as to how your tiered model is going?
Yes, ma'am. We will provide a state of the district in February based on our data.
Thank you, very good, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
At the February committee meeting.
February committee meeting, yes, sir.
Thank you.
You think it was separate?
Yeah, right,
Okay,
right.
sorry.
No,
They
no,
got
no,
it
no,
already.
no, I would have said something if I thought it was going. No, thank you, we appreciate that.
Yes,
As
ma'am.
long as we're kept in the loop as to how things are going before we get to the end of the year and find out something totally different, learn something totally different. We don't want that, no, we do not, so thank you.
Are there other questions?
I'll make a,
Consider item.
sorry, I'm the typical middle school child jumping in, squirrel. I'd like to make a motion to approve, oh gosh, I don't know what the number is now. There we go, still in middle school mode, 1.05.
I second.
All right, motion by Ms. Williams, second by Dr. Hill. Let's go. Are there other committee concerns?
Not from me.
Nothing that you want to say, Teresa?
I thank you for your support. Thank you so much.
Well, thus far, Ms. Musby, I'm sorry, thus far, since you've been here, can you tell us how well things are going?
Yeah, so I've been here a little over 2 months,
Okay,
and I've been to, Ms. Johnson's not here, so I don't wanna say how many schools, but over 20 schools, plus most of the vertical team meetings as well, to really help the team disaggregate the data and look at those instructional next steps holistically. So I definitely, and then I participated in Dr. Bracey's data meetings that he has with individual principals as well. And we've had some meetings with partnerships at the university level, community college, so I've been meeting with those stakeholders. And then as you all know, the strategic plan, getting that off the ground, so I've been busy, busy, but I think that it's going well and I've seen a change in some instructional practices already.
very good, thank you.
I know the staff is happy. The principals that I've had encounters with, they are excited about you guys coming out, and they when I talk to them, they're like, finally, leadership, somebody telling us what to do. And I was like,
And how to do it.
and how to do it.
And how to do it,
And how
that's
to
the
do it.
thing.
So that's
How
what
to
I'm
do it.
hearing.
Okay, if there are no other comments, questions, we have adjourned this meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Musgrave, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you join the meeting?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
101.
You're like, who's that lady?
So long.
Maybe 12. All right. Call to order, Dolores Bell Chair, Jacqueline Brown, Greg West, Susan Williams. 1.2, consider adoption for agenda. Can I get a
I'll
motion?
make a motion to adopt.
Second.
Mrs. Brown made the motion, Mrs. Williams second. Let's vote.
Question.
102.3, consider approval of November 4th, 2025, Student Support Services Committee meeting minutes. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve those minutes.
I second it.
Motion was made by Mr. West and second by Ms. Brown. Let's vote.
Question.
104, 1.04 received, 2026, 2027, Student Code of Conduct Review Process.
Good morning, thank you, Ms. Bell.
Mhm.
This morning, we do have a receive item, and Dr. Palmer and I will be providing a brief overview of our Code of Conduct review process for the 26-27 school year. We know our Code of Conduct is our tool that ensures that we have safe, supportive learning environments in our schools. And it also is the tool that helps teach students the behaviors that support their academic success, as Dr. Leathers just talked about, our focus on academics. And so we annually review the Code of Conduct to make sure that it's relevant, that it's fair, and that it's aligned with current laws and best practices. So the work that we are doing around the Code of Conduct does align with our strategic priorities, making sure our students have safe spaces to learn, making sure that our principals and our staff have clear, consistent decision-making guidelines when it comes to disciplinary issues, and that we're establishing practices and procedures to make sure that our campuses are safe places. And this process, it does include multiple stakeholders so that we are being transparent and that we understand that there's shared responsibility in making sure that student behavior is where we want it to be in Cumberland County schools. And so this work also aligns with our behavioral and mental health framework in the district. Our behavioral and mental health framework includes the utilization of restorative practices, tiered behavioral interventions,
and utilization of community-based resources to help support our families both inside the school and our students outside of the school. And so you will find that this process does include our community members, because we want to make sure that the needs, the concerns, and the experiences of our school, of our teachers, our students, our parents are reflected in the code of conduct, and making sure that we take into account their experiences, because we know that they're the people that are actually impacted by the guidelines that are established in the code of conduct. So at this time, Dr. Palmer will kind of go over our timeline of why we're bringing this now, when we hope to bring a final draft to you.
Okay, so good morning, and thank you for allowing me to share the projected timeline of the Code of Conduct review process with you this morning. The review process includes 4 main stages: feedback and analysis, revision and approval, preparation and implementation. And the next 2 slides will carry that out for you. I'm gonna dig a little deeper than what you see on the slide. So the month of December is focused on really in collaboration with our communications and community engagement department. The stakeholder survey for our this year's Code of Conduct review process was launched and actually concluded yesterday. During December, we will collaboratively analyze the results of that survey, and this time will be used to seek common themes, identify both areas of strength and those that will drive continuous improvement. In January, input from school administrators, those who are directly involved in implementing the Code of Conduct, was a second driver for this review process. This month in January, we will convene a work group of school administrators, and this group will be representative of the district, including members from the elementary, middle, and high school levels. They will review the current Code of Conduct section by section and page by page. So as we move into February, that month will be devoted to making any necessary revisions and updates. Those changes will be based on the input gathered from our stakeholder survey and the recommendations of the school administrator work group. This will also include a final review from our board attorney before we bring the draft to you in March, seeking your approval at that time on the final document during that board meeting. Additionally, during the month of March, we will finalize our communication plan. The communication plan is a key component of a successful rollout of our Code of Conduct. In April, we moved to printing and professional learning plans. Pending board approval in March, we plan to send the document to print to our internal print shop, who we already have been collaborating with. It is estimated that a print job of that size will take about 31 days to complete. So we moved the timeline according to that, so we could get our print materials to schools in time for the school year. Additionally, during that time, we will finalize the district professional learning plan, a key component as we move forward with implementation. During that time, we will also incorporate feedback from the work group we convened, as our leaders are an essential piece of that implementation process. In May, we moved to finalize and implement our communication plan. We will collaborate with our communications and community engagement department again to utilize a range of communication strategies that meet the needs of our community stakeholders. In June, we moved to professional learning for school administrators and the distribution of our year-round schools codes of conduct. The focus will shift to implementing the professional learning plan for school administrators, and that training will allow school leaders to not only review, but receive information on processing and utilizing the code to plan accordingly for the upcoming school year. In the distribution process, we want to ensure that our code of conducts get to our year-round schools in a timely manner so they can properly prepare for distribution at their school sites, and working with students and families as well for the first day of school. In July, we really focus on implementation and ongoing support that will lead throughout the next school year. So July will mark the beginning of that implementation phase, starting with our year-round schools, and central services personnel will provide ongoing and direct support to our schools and school leaders to implement the student code of conduct in the upcoming school year. What questions or feedback do you have at this time?
A question about the work group that meets in January. Will it be representatives from each attendance area?
Yes, ma'am. That is what we did last year. It worked extremely well. They gave us some very honest and open feedback. And we learned quite a bit about what their needs were at the school level in implementing the previous code. And so that team was representative not only of all levels, but of all attendance areas as well. Yes, ma'am.
One question that I have, and I think what I get more phone calls about and concerns from parents and from teachers, is the inconsistencies between schools. In other words, one school follows the code of conduct to the letter of the law and another school doesn't. And especially what's going on with cell phones and laptops. Because I get more concerns about this, especially in Hope Mills area, the difference between the 3 high schools there and the middle schools. So I want to make sure that when we do this professional learning for administrators, that they understand we're all in this together. And it's not just, I can do my thing because it's my school. We've got to maintain that, because too much social media and across communication gaps, what happens is it transfers, especially in, I'll use my community again, especially a community like mine, because you've got so many times they're so close together between I go to Grays Creek or I go to Southview or vice versa. So that I think if we don't have consistency, then this implementation and support is not going to matter if everybody doesn't do the same thing.
Yes, ma'am.
We would make sure we emphasize consistency.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair. I'm getting a lot of emails with regards to, and this goes back to consistency as well. Our student code of conduct booklet, manual, whatever you want to call it, specifically states guidelines for incidents, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what we are finding is that for some schools, it appears that specific consequences, and I know it depends on what happened, what started it, all of these things, I understand all of these things, but it appears that some consequences, the level of consequences are quite heavier than what other schools are giving to their students. And I just wish we'd be consistent with that as well, because parents are really complaining. And they're saying that the consequence does not match up with whatever happened, even after the investigations of what's going on. And so there's one that needs to be checked into right now that's in our email. And with careful thought and consideration of exactly what happened, if we can get those facts before we even consider, and the principals this needs to be discussed with the principals. They have to know and understand how to distinguish between what type of consequence or to the level or degree of consequences these certain students need, or any of the students. We're talking about all students, but it shouldn't seem like for certain schools, that same incident gets lesser consequences, or the students do. So let's be cognizant of that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, I just want to add, through this review process, we should be able to alleviate some of these problems that we're addressing right now, correct?
Yes, ma'am. And we do have some upcoming training that we're working on for our principals. I don't know if you want to.
Correct. We will have a refresher, code of conduct, disciplinary policies and procedures refresher in January, to again address some of the things that you're sharing. We do have guidelines for consequences. We also encourage our principals, or expect our principals, to consider aggravating factors in situations and mitigating factors in situations. But I also will emphasize to our families, because this is a community, right? That there is a disciplinary review process if they feel like there is a concern that needs to be addressed. So there is a process that we can, and then have another set of eyes go back and look at that situation. So that is also in place.
Not just the principals, can we make, I'm just saying.
Principals and assistant principals, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The training that I'm referring to is for all administrators, because to your point, assistant principals many times are the ones that are handling some of these situations. Absolutely, thank you for correcting me on that.
And I,
Yes, ma'am.
and I would really reiterate to all administrators that for some reason, we seem to be putting personal feelings into what's going on, into that particular situation. And we've got to learn how to, it's hard, I know it's hard, but we've got to learn how to take our personal feelings or take self out of the equation, as I like to say. And I think that's what's happening sometimes. We allow our personal feelings to enter the equation, okay? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And I would like to make one last point, to your points, in consideration of what you've said and the talks that we've had about how this implementation plan and professional learning would look like in the upcoming year. We certainly want to focus on in-school collaboration and calibration of administrative decisions surrounding discipline, not only with principals, but with assistant principals, even in the same school, and then beyond that, school to school as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Are there any more questions? 1.05, consider other committee concerns. Do we have any? We can adjourn. We adjourn.
Your 12 minutes.
I tell you. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'd like to call to order the policy committee meeting. Dr. Mary Hales, chair, Jacqueline Brown, member, Judy Musgrave, member, and Greg West, member. I'd like to hear a motion to consider adoption of the agenda for 1.02.
Make a motion to adopt.
Which one? Okay, all right. Motion was made by Mrs. Brown and seconded by Mrs. Musgrave. Let's vote.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. 1.03, consider approval of November 4th, 2025 Policy Committee meeting minutes.
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Okay, the motion was made by Greg West and seconded by Jacqueline Brown. Let's vote.
Join the meeting. You do join.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. 1.04, consider approval of revised policy 3225/4312/7320, technology responsible use policy, including generative artificial intelligence 2025. Turn it over to my colleague.
Thank you, Dr. Hales. What you have in front of you, board members, and what is recommended for your approval is a revision, actually the addition of some language to your existing responsible use policy. It's been on the books for some time. You can see at the bottom of page 2 where we have always had a paragraph that said that school system technology is provided for school-related authorized purposes only. The language that's now added in blue comes to us from federal regulations. As y'all are aware, we receive a lot of technology funding through the E-rate program, and this change is derived from new E-rate regulations. And so we're just incorporating the language that's required by those regulations. If we go to the next page, you'll see a similar addition to this policy, and this addresses just Wi-Fi hotspots only. You'll recall during the pandemic, we operated hotspots out in the community for children and families to access. Again, because those hotspots can be funded through E-rate, they want similar language here. And let's see, is that the next policy? Or? Okay, yeah, I guess you also see, there's some updates on the proper title for your Executive Director of Technology, Mr. Young.
Is that the last one for that?
Top of page 5, Dr. Hales, I'm sorry, let's
That's
see.
okay. That's all right.
And this deals with our, firewall. Because we've always had protections against children accessing inappropriate material and obviously stuff that's obscene or pornographic. We've now added language, again, consistent with federal regulations, to block access to websites that could access or try to retrieve students' personal information for, potential ill-gotten gain. And those firewall protections are in place anyway, but just adding the language to the policy.
Any questions, comments? Okay, may I have a motion? Make a motion. Second? Second. Okay, the motion to approve has been presented by Jacqueline Brown and seconded by Ms. Musgrave. Let's vote.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. 1.05, consider approval of revised policy 3226/4205, Internet Safety 2025.
Again, just following up from what I shared with you regarding the last policy, these policy revisions or additions are driven by federal regulation. And if you go to page 2, under access to inappropriate material, you see the sentence there, again, referencing websites that would seek to obtain students' personal information. Again, consistent with the acceptable use policy, just putting that language in the policy to confirm that we will block access to those sorts of websites for our students. There's also a lot of revised statutory references in here regarding the applicable federal statutes, and also that correction to Mr. Young's title. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, are there any questions or comments?
I make a motion to approve the revised policy on internet safety.
Okay, motion was made by Greg West and seconded by Judy Musgrave. Let's vote.
That's unanimous.
Thank you. Item 1.06, consider approval of revised policy 4050, Children of Military Families, 2025.
Thank you, Dr. Hales. This is your policy that governs all of the protections afforded to our military connected students and their families under the Military Interstate Children's Compact, mainly dealing with transitions as children move into the district, making sure that they receive proper credit for work that they've completed elsewhere. And the real substantive change this morning to this policy is actually follows up from a comment I recall hearing at a previous committee meeting. Space Force has now been added as one of the constituent armed force branches that's covered by the compact. I personally haven't encountered any Space Force families yet, but I'm sure with as large as Fort Bragg is, that we'll have some passing through at some point. So.
Are there any questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve the revised policy.
Okay. The motion has been extended by Jackie Brown and seconded by Judy Musgrave. Let's vote. Thank you. 1.07, consider approval of revised policy 4270/6145, concussion and head injury 2025.
Thank you. Again, this is a policy that you've had on the books for some time. It's required by the North Carolina general statutes that govern prevention and care for concussion and head injuries among student athletes. The main change here is driven by a state statute, and you see there under paragraph F, athletic trainers and first responders. The policy and the statute have always required that we have at least one licensed athletic trainer or a first responder present at football games and practices, but it now adds wrestling matches and wrestling tournaments as events which require that kind of trainer or first responder presence. And Mr. Barber, Dr. Braswell, I mean, they're well aware of this requirement. This is not news to them. We're just updating the policy to make sure it's compliant. But you know, they're on top of it and very comfortable with this change. And they've obviously reviewed this as well.
Are there any questions or concerns? May I have a
To
motion?
approve the revised policy on concussion and head injury.
Second. Okay. Motion has been extended by Greg West and seconded by Jackie Brown. Let's vote. Thank you. 1.08, consider other committee concerns. Are there any?
None.
Wow, all right. The policy committee meeting is adjourning. Thank you.
Personnel starts, let's take a break.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It's a great turn. I moved to recess.
Don't you sit
Okay, I'll call to order the Personnel Committee, and that's myself, Dr. Hales, Ms. Musgrave, and Ms. Warner. And the first item is 1.02. Consider adoption of the agenda.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Ms. Warner,
Second.
second by Dr. Hales. We'll vote. Okay, 1.03, consider approval of the November 4th, 2025 Personnel Committee meeting minutes.
Make a motion to approve the November 4th, 2025 Personnel Committee meeting minutes.
Motion by Dr. Hales,
Second.
second by Ms. Musgrave. We'll vote.
Ms. Warner, did you do something?
It's there now. I approved.
That's unanimous.
Okay, good morning, Ruben.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm doing well. I hope everyone else is as well.
Good. Our first item here for our attention to vote on is 1.04, consider approval of personnel.
This is the standard personnel list. You'll see it's a little bit smaller this time. We've had large personnel lists for the last several months. And this includes a variety of positions within the district and just ask for the committee's consideration.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. Warner. We'll vote.
That's unanimous.
Okay, 1.05, consider approval of leave of absence request and special leave of absence request.
Ms. Williams, before you in committee, you have two lists, one which is primarily individuals that are out for medical leave of absences, and then a second which has one individual listed who is a teacher assistant who will be doing their student teaching in the second semester. Just ask for your consideration.
Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Warner,
Second.
second by Ms. Musgrave, and we'll vote.
That's unanimous.
1.06, consider approval of extension of broker services contract.
Yes, in 2022, we went out to bid for our broker services. So here in Cumberland, we are totally self-insured for property, liability, and auto. And we put out all of our lines of coverage every year for bid. And we use a broker service to help us ensure that our board is getting the best rate available. They navigate the insurance markets for us and assist us with aligning those lines of coverage, and also they work with us on various liability and risks that come up throughout the course of the school year. When we did the bid, Alliant was the company that we recommended, the board approved. As part of that original agreement, they had a 3-year agreement with a 2-year extension option. Those extension options will increase our overall rate by $7,500 each year. Even when you go back and look at the previous bids that we received, it's still a better deal for the district. It is still less than what we would have paid had we put it back out on the market, because it's almost like a 5-year deal. So the more deals or more years you add onto the agreement, the cheaper the prices are. We have been very happy with their services and their support, and we just ask for the board's consideration to enact the extension.
I have a question.
Dr. Hales?
I see the year submitted, 12/5/22. Were they working for us before then?
No, ma'am. So before 22, we had a different broker service. And so our plan would, and we had them for, I believe, 8 years due to the pandemic. When we came out of the pandemic, we wanted to put it back out for bid. Our plan would be to bid it back out at the conclusion of this agreement. But our request now is just to stay with this particular group.
Any other questions, concerns? I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. Warner.
That's unanimous.
Okay. And we'll move to 1.07. At this time, I'll make the motion to consider to go into closed session to preserve the confidentiality of matters protected from disclosure pursuant to GS 115C-319 and GS 143-318, 11A1 and A5, and to preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to NCGS 143-318, 11A3. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Warner. And we'll take a vote.
That's unanimous.
Right. 1.09, consider approval of superintendent's administrative recommendation.
Madam the Superintendent, I'm just requesting that the committee approve Dr. Bracy's administrative recommendation as presented in closed session.
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. Warner. We'll take a vote. Okay. 1.10, consider other committee concerns. Ruben, do you have any other concerns?
No, ma'am, not from my end.
Any committee member or board member? All right, I'll adjourn personnel. Thank you, Ruben.
I would like to call the Auxiliary Service Committee to order. Myself, Chair, Jacqueline Brown, Susan Williams, Greg West, and Dr. Tara Jordan.
I didn't have a.
I didn't have a vote tab. Or join, I didn't have a join.
I didn't have.
No, we didn't have a
We
join.
didn't have a join.
a join thing.
Refresh.
Oh, Lord, no.
I didn't have one.
I lost
just
it.
had view the agenda.
Got to find it again. Those board docs, I refresh it.
Okay, I'm only familiar with mine.
I still don't have it, Linda, after.
I don't have it either. So refresh button.
Oh, I got it.
I went out.
I got it.
Well, that's
I'm
what I
ready.
had, but I don't. Okay, try now.
Just there, thank you.
Where did you find it?
Same place.
You gotta go totally all the way out.
Oh.
Sure. Okay. I got it. Thank you. So we ready to proceed? Okay. 1.02, consider adoption of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
I move that we adopt the agenda.
Second.
Let's vote. There's motion by Dr. Jordan and second by Mr. West. Let's vote.
That's unanimous.
1.03, consider approval of November 4th, 2025 Auxiliary Service Committee meeting minutes. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion approved by Ms. Williams, second by Mr. West. Let's vote.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, Linda. 1.04, consider approval request to award K&C Contractors Incorporated the Mac Williams exterior renovation and repair contract. Kevin? Donna?
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Yes, this is the project that we've talked about several times over the last couple of years, and it finally kind of put into motion this year. This is a project that repairs and does modifications to prevent further water intrusion into the building, on the exterior walls, specifically through the windows. So we put this out to bid. We had no idea what it was gonna come back at, cause it's a very complicated project. So we kind of separated it into phases. So the last wing is the worst. That's gonna be phase 1 with some other various and sundry repairs on the administrative wing as well along the way. But K&C Contractors was the lowest responsive bid. We put it out for bid formally. We had 6 vendors return bids, and like I said, K&C submitted the lowest responsive bid for a total contract price of $847,700. They are licensed in the state of North Carolina. They have done similar work before, and they have done work for Cumberland County successfully before. They submitted all their MVE documents and their bid bond. So we're asking for approval to move forward with awarding this contract.
Okay, I only have one question, and I just wanted to refresh my memory on this. Kevin and Donna, is this the work that we said that was gonna be previously done during the summer, but then it got moved to Christmas holiday, and now?
You wanna talk about the whole project together, the eighth grade hall? versus-
Yes, so we had the painting, the work that's being done over the Christmas holiday is specifically painting the interior of the third wing.
Okay.
We had put that on hold over this summer
Okay.
with the summer painting because there is so much water intrusion, it's like throwing good money after bad. That if we paint the walls, we were gonna have bubbling and effervescence, it's gonna still look bad, Anywho, we decided to go ahead. It looks so bad compared to the rest of the school that is freshly painted, that we've gone ahead and decided to do interior painting on the last wing over the Christmas break. This project is very, very, very detailed and very extensive. You won't see walls coming down and big construction, this and that. It's a little piece at a time so that we can do it while students are in the building.
Okay.
Staff is working very closely with the school administrative team so that we can have a couple of classrooms at a time, because there's no way we can get everything done in an 8-week period during the summer.
So over a period of time, how long are we looking at?
I think that we should be finished with this section before the summer starts next year. Hopefully we can, if they can stay on track. But again, it's hard to set a specific date because the work they may uncover a lot of
Yeah,
things
because
that we don't know.
I was
that we
reading
can't
that,
see.
and there's you may go on the wall and see something there that you didn't expect.
Correct.
Okay, so in that process of coming across things that you didn't expect, is that covered in the cost of unexpectation of things that they might find?
So that is why, if you'll notice the bid tab, that's number 1, 2, and 3, those are breakout costs, those are unit costs, unit costs. There is a contingency, there's $40,000 of contingency that is to cover unexpected costs. However, we are keeping a little pot on the side just in case we do run into more than we think that we will.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is a super difficult project to
Okay, and this
manage.
is all about the construction of those trusses and stuff that we keep talking and, okay.
Hey, I read it, but I don't even fully understand the nature of the problem and the water intrusion. So Mr. Getz, who's the architect that drew the plans on the fix, I hope he has a full understanding of what the problem is and what the fix is. You're leaving.
Yes.
Who's the project manager gonna be, and do they fully know what they're looking at?
Yes, so Blaine Hunt, who is our project management coordinator, y'all know Blaine, he's been here for a long time. Blaine has been working on the problems at Mac Williams on trying to identify them since the day I started here 20 years ago.
Forever.
Yes, when we first discovered there was issues with the window condition and changing out windows on the front wing and all, he's been here along the way. We've taken a look at this on and off along the way for as long as at least I've been here, since the school was built, basically. Lane is very familiar with what all Mr. Getz has identified and how he's going about it, stepwise fashion to get these issues taken care of. So I feel he's more versed on it than I am.
Can you explain it in a nutshell?
Excuse me?
Can you explain it in a nutshell of how the water's coming, where the water's coming from?
So, yeah, so there's several different things. So there's settling in the building, which is causing destruction of the masonry joint. So there is some water intrusion there. Because the coping caps are shifting and everything. The condition as it was designed was taking water from the roof down through a downspout outside the building and then back into the building and down through a roof drainage system. So we feel like there is some intrusion that way. There is, there are issues with the way the windows were constructed, and with the shifting of the building too, that has, caused shifting with the windows and water drives through. So there's several different issues going on, which is one reason why we had to have a contingency allowance, because if they get in, they are doing some masonry repairs, some tuck pointing. They're gonna be looking at, they're removing windows up top and replacing them. We're going back with panels instead of glazing. They are also, as they are looking at these systems, taking out lintels that have probably deteriorated due to oxidation and rust and things like that. It's a lot of stuff.
Thank you.
All right, I have a couple of things, please bear with me. Number one, please tell me have we worked with this company before? Have you said that?
Yes, ma'am.
So we have worked with this
Yes,
company
ma'am.
before?
Yes, ma'am.
How many projects can you tell us off the top of your head has this company completed for us?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. We could probably go back and pinpoint that for you.
You all alluded to a priority list early on, okay? Was these things or this particular whatever on that priority list, the repairs?
Yes,
Was
ma'am.
this school on the priority list?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's,
I'm sorry.
it wasn't, you said,
It was.
it was, okay, that's fine, that's fine. All right, now, where is it in line with or in comparison to other schools who may have similar issues?
We have, I would say Pine Forest is probably the next biggest problem school. If, I don't know, you've heard Kevin talk about the wall on the backside of Pine Forest that we think perhaps may have, been damaged during the tornado in 2011. As far as money and scope of work, that's probably the next biggest priority that we have. And we already have it on the list for structural engineers to start taking a look at it.
My next question is, this particular company, before they completed the first job for us, was this company connected with, known by any of the board members or employees here in Cumberland County Schools?
I would think not, but there's no way that I could tell you definitively that they were not known by any board member or anybody else. But as far as I know, not. That we don't ask that as a consideration when we bid things out.
We've used Tom Getz a lot. We've used him a lot in the past, so I think the history probably runs before you from him.
Okay, so you're fairly confident that this particular clause or whatever it is that you have, I'm not up to speed on construction. If they find any additional problems, we'll take care of those problems. And we won't have to pay any additional cost.
So that's what we have a contingency
That's what I'm
allowance in for, but sometimes with this type of project, with this nature of project, they may find something that is just, you cannot foresee it unless you do destructive demolition.
Right,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
understand that. But right now, the contingency that you have in plan will take care of those costs fairly.
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Williams.
How, this has been, I've been in the problem since the day we opened the door, after Fran. The back wing has been bad. What about the drain? We have ditches that are over my head deep. That I guarantee you are full of water and the geese are swimming today. So my concern is, do we need something else? Is there any, it was built on a swamp. I'm sorry, I said that and I'm just a, music person, but we're building a school on a swamp and we expect it to be in good shape. Never did figure that out.
Right.
But do we need more ditches to drain the water? Because again, I guarantee you, when I ride by today, it will be ankle deep standing and especially in the back.
Right. So we are doing a few things on the administrative side of the building to move water away from the building and to take a look at what it looks like. The problem with, you can move water away from the building and into the ditches, but only if the grades will allow you to do that. And what we're hoping is, since we're going to be taking the water discharge, taking it out from going into the building into to going out and moving it away from the building. So yes, they are looking, we have looked at that, and there will be some addressing of that.
It's not you're exactly right. I mean, we've been in the building 2 weeks and we had leaks and so it's been an ongoing problem.
Yes,
And the
ma'am.
company didn't do
This
anything about
was
it
getting
then?
ready to
They've been,
ask.
they worked with, I think that's been an ongoing, they've worked inside that building since 1996 on something leaking. They replaced windows and all the stuff around them.
Wow, we can't even get the other schools fixed. We're fixing that one all the time.
Yeah.
Any more questions or concerns? I make a motion to, can I get a motion to approve this?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, that's a motion to approve it by Ms. Williams and second by Dr. Jordan. Can we vote, please? I'm sorry, second by who? Dr. Jordan. Let's vote. Thank you, Linda. Okay, thank you, Don.
Thank you.
1.05, we're going to receive, this is a receive item, school systems finding and recommendation from MGT Consulting.
Yes, ma'am. So
Could I have one request? Once they get here, I would like to request from our board members that we listen to everything fully. And if you have any questions, could you please write them down? Because probably at the end, when these gentlemen get through explaining to us what they're presenting, our questions may be answered in the process. So this is going to be a lengthy process. Let's give them our full attention, and therefore, let's keep our questions to a minimum, but ask whatever you need to ask. Thank you.
Ms. Brown. Will you guys require that I'm seated?
No, we like to understand.
Thank you. I was so worried. All right, so, good morning, and thank you for this opportunity to be here and present and work with you. And thank you for this opportunity to partner with your district and your school communities in moving forward and trying to find some solid framework for a path forward for your district. A few things as we get going here. Just a quick overview. We're gonna kind of look back a little bit at the information we shared at your community engagement because we have additional enrollment information. We're gonna revisit the facility scores, look at your updated capacity and utilization. So that'll be different than I presented to you. I think it was, back in November, February, somewhere along there. And then that will be the information that we've shared with your community as well. So this is information they've seen. I've got just a couple of quick slides around the community engagement to kind of inform, and there's other information out there that can be shared with you regarding the full report, but just some quick overviews on that. And then we're going to get to the capital improvement and consolidation and right sizing conversation. Okay?
Yes, proceed.
All right. Oh, quick thing. I'm Dr. Lance Richards, former superintendent, Southern Indiana, and my partner is
Rob Tanner, recovering operations director from a large urban school district.
You're the one that we always see on the thing, right?
What's that?
Up there.
you got a picture up there.
On the screen.
Oh,
Virtual.
yes, I got snowed in the last time.
Yeah.
That's correct.
I don't think I was in this room.
I don't think I've been in this room. Yeah,
That's right. So just a quick things in terms of the strategic imperative. Here's the situation. You're operating more buildings, and I apologize for reading, but these were some key points I wanted to stress to kind of set the table before we get into the process here. You're operating more buildings than your current student population and long-term revenue can sustainably support. So we're trying to take a look at your overall facilities and trying to create a matter of viability and long-term planning so that because school systems that maintain too many facilities have fewer dollars that reach classrooms. Maintenance funding gets stretched across too many sites. Program and Programming and staffing become fragmented, and older buildings continue to deteriorate faster than they can be improved. So we're trying to create a future focus or perhaps a forward-facing plan for you to look forward into the future. Right sizing is about strengthening the schools that remain. So as we look at this, we can redirect operational dollars back into instruction and safety. We can ensure students learn in buildings that are modern, safe, and well-maintained. We can reduce the cycle of emergency repairs and invest in a smaller number of higher quality facilities. So we feel like this is a strategic decision rather than a reactive one. And so we see your efforts as responsible stewardship of taxpayer dollars, as a path forward to protecting instructional quality. And that work starts today in terms of moving forward again with that forward-facing view.
I was just gonna say, and we're not telling you anything you don't know here, but facilities is a long game, right? When you talk about building a new facility, it's probably gonna be here 75 years from now. And 75 years from now is 2100, so think about that. And that's, yeah, we never thought that we were talking about 22nd century education, but you might very well be, so just wanted to.
And the struggle sometimes is that you won't necessarily be on the board to see the fruits of your labor. The tough decisions that you'll make going forward to here will pay benefits 5 and 10 years down the road or even longer as you build out the school for the next generation, build out the schools for the next generation. So again, we have some strategic imperatives here. You are approaching kind of a critical inflection or decision point, and we want to make sure that you're not in a situation where you're forced with crisis-driven decisions. Again, you're not necessarily in crisis today, but choices have to be made to avoid that. And so a well-structured, transparent plan is essential for that forward phase. So population by age in Cumberland, and I'm gonna move pretty quickly through this information. This is similar to the chart you saw before, but if you notice in here, what we're seeing in this school age range in the next decade is a slight decline of about 1,500 students across that 10-year range. And similarly, then when you look at your enrollment, you can see present year 25 right at 49.5, and you see this trend back along through here. So we saw a little bit of decline, a build back up, and then we're going to see that kind of slide as we go forward, again reflecting that 1,500 student flex. Now, that is a small percentage of your overall student population, so that's almost a push. But you have to revisit this information regularly because there's going to be changes at the base. There can be changes from an economic footprint. So again, this is information that you want to revisit every 2 to 3 years, obviously. This is your total campuses. Now, this isn't your total number of buildings. You have over 400 buildings that you're maintaining. You have 85 campuses spread out across your district. And these are basically set up on your Board of Education districts. And your Board of Education districts are kind of directly correlate to density of population. Right. Size-wise. In terms of that situation. Elementary boundaries, as you can see, of course, the split around Fort Bragg here. But again, density of population is your school zones get a little smaller in terms of footprint. And again, as you look to the east, you can see, again, density of population. McWilliams and the Cape Fear side of things serve as a very large geographic footprint. And as you get around the city core, you get a little more dense. And again, high school boundaries mirror kind of what you saw with middle school boundaries. All right, utilization. So these are numbers that are new to you for this year based on your, I think, September, October count that we brought forward to share. I'm sorry, no. Yes. So this is your most current information. Again, we call it getting to green. Green is what we, in our calculations for this, is that adequate space. Yellow is fine. Yellow means that you're right there and it's consideration going forward. And when you get into red, then you've got some issues to face.
These utilization numbers do not take into account huts.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Huts are portable. So our calculations are
more capacity if you're using the huts. That we consider that good capacity.
Yeah, this is bricks and mortar. So your overall numbers are pretty strong. You've got high schools at 85, middle schools we're going to talk about, and we put for this calculation, Reed Ross is inside the middle schools. Elementary is at 86 and other schools at 90. Jumping forward now into your high schools, as you see, again, we do have some in the yellow, you have one in the red, and that's Grace Creek, and there are some portables involved there. And going forward, as you come down, you're overall 85, but you do have some pink as you look at Alger Wilkins, as you look at Massey Hill, as you look at Ramsey Street. Now, Ramsey Street is a special student population, so there's other considerations there. We've got a talking point on that later as well. So as you look at this, your overall utilization is at about 85%, but you do have roughly 2,400 open seats at the high school level. Looking at your middle schools, it's a different story. The overall utilization is right at 69.5%, but let's be honest, there's a lot of pink on that screen. And so in looking at this, trying to address some of these needs or some of the plan going forward. And again, Howard Learning is a unique program and a different student population and has special considerations. And as you look at your elementaries, it's important to note that your overall elementary utilization is pretty strong, but you have a number of smaller elementaries. So if you take a look at a Beaver Dam with 104 max capacity at 99, 2 or 3 kids can really move the needle in terms of utilization. Similarly, if you come down to district number 7, you know, their overall max capacity is 292, which is a small elementary. At 277, you can move that needle, a 277 functional capacity at an enrollment of 190. That needle can move up and down fairly rapidly based on a few students. As you carry this down, you do have Seaway and Collier, and you have Grace Creek at a little over into the red. But again, some pink on the screen around Coon, Cumberland Road, and District number 7. Similarly, as you carry down the screen, you can see what's going on here with Sherwood Park and Sunnyside. You have an overall utilization of 86, which is terrific. You do have overall, as you look at, you kind of go back up, wrong button. As you go back, current enrollment and difference in functional capacity. So as we carry that down, I apologize. So you have 3,100 open seats at the elementaries. And when you think about some of the sizes of your elementaries, those smaller footprints, that's several schools that would fit with inside that 3,000 or so student open enrollment. You have a number of elementaries that are very small in terms of consideration. Through no fault of your own, that's just the design build at the time, the framework at the time they were built. And again, you also have some unique schools in terms of 3.5s, 2.5s, K2s, K1s, and those were decisions based on capacity, based on available building space at the time of those programmatic and student needs. So if you look at Ashley at 55%, again, functional capacity 289, enrollment of 159. A little bit different when you get into Long Hill, Stedman, and Van Story. A little bit bigger buildings in terms of plus 400 there. Stedman's a little small. And again, I'm sorry, this one should have been the green. You can see that those scores are pretty strong. And then as you get down into Alma Esom, a little different story there. Again, a very small building, so a few students can throw those numbers askew a little bit. And then your other schools. And this one's got a different utilization factor because programmatically, Cumberland International College, for example, is programmatically set up to house 300 students. That's the number, that's the program cap, and they're at 245. All right, so this is the one that, of all the things you present at a school, you never know what's really gonna stick. But this seems to be the slide, the conversation that we had around this slide, that seems to be the one that has kind of come back around to us as we've had conversations. As you look at your schools and you look at your characteristics, you got an average age of 45, but the median date of build is 1972. You have built, I think, one school since 2008. Is that one of the new internationals?
You got New Century.
New Century International. You know, you built 2 high schools at about at plus or minus 2,000 with Grace Creek and Jack Britt, and then you kind of turned the faucet off. So The big question that hung out there when we had this conversation is how old should a building be? What's your replacement cycle? Well, if you do one building a year, you're talking about, basically 85 years to get through the process, all right? But you have 446 structures. Okay?
Yeah, the average building age is 45, but when you look at the original date of construction on all high schools, it's much older than that. We see a lot of them in the 50s and the 60s.
Just to point out that, just so that it's not confusing, that one school may have several buildings, which equals up to 446 buildings. So we have 85 schools equal 446.
Yeah, well,
Douglasburg has several.
Yeah, you have the original building, then they had an add-on, an additional building, add-on, additional building, add-on.
Like the most recent add-on, I believe, annex or academic space at E.E. Smith was, I think, 1995. So you've got, different spaces, different ages. Overall structure is 446. So the question becomes, how often should you replace a building? And how long should a building last? So, if you decided it's gonna be a 50-year window on that, then you're having to replace at least a building a year, probably 3 buildings every 2 years. All right, facilities condition. So we're gonna kind of jump through these scores. Now, these scores are not different than the ones that we visited before about 6 or 8 months ago when we shared this information. But we're looking at building condition, grounds, education suitability, and technology readiness. And these are a straight up 60, 70, 80, 90. So in this case, we busted Reed Ross back out as 612, so you can see that's its standalone score. And really your big focus is probably in this situation, as we talk about facilities, we're talking a lot about the facility and grounds scores. So individually, you can see here, immediately your eye kind of goes to E.E. Smith and Alger Wilkins and Pine Forest. And Pine Forest kind of goes back to your earlier conversation around that back wall. And Southview, and then down to Reed Ross. Now, it's also important to note that many times, like you're looking at Jack Britt, and you're going, oh, wait, that's one of our new high school. Well, why is that school what it is? Well, that school right now is about 26, 27 years old, let's say 25 is a round number. What we know there is that, I'm sorry, I'm jamming you up, aren't I? What we know with that is that all of their major systems are 25 years old. The HVAC, the roof, all of these expensive items, these big ticket items are out, and you got to plan for that. So that drives their overall facility score down. Because I know, for example, that at Jack Britt, because we were there, you had to do a lot of skylight work there and address some of the concerns around that. Nature doesn't love a skylight, by the way. I battled that my own as a superintendent. So, and as you come down through there, similarly, Grace Creek, you say, well, that's one of our newer ones. Well, some of the major systems are at their end of their lifespan. And so those are the things that have to be factored into that. Pine Forest, we talked about. So as you work your way down there, the majority of your facility scores are largely driven by large and expensive systems that are at the point of life cycle replacement. Similarly, as you look through your middle school scores, there's a lot more red on this screen, if I'm honest. Okay, and with an average score down here at the bottom, does that show on the screen? No, but yeah, kind of 63.82. I do, I don't want it to all be negative. You have very strong technology readiness score across the district. Now, I say that, look, because it's one of those things that if it doesn't work, you're going to hear about it. So you need to celebrate the successes because it works. All right, especially, we got into that going into COVID. We're post-COVID now, and you're at a point now where all of those major systems pre-COVID and into COVID, because of technology lifespans, those are having to be updated and replaced. As I think you had a policy thing on it earlier that kind of relates back around to those hotspots we were trying to get out in the communities. So that is a win, and that's an area of success for your district. Now we get into the elementaries and the combined scores. Again, you can see as you run down through Brentwood, Cumberland Mills, District number 7. There's Ferguson Easley. You've got quite a few scores in the red there due to age, due to life cycle, and those types of things. Montclair, Morgantown, Manchester, Ponderosa, Sherwood Park. And for an average score of 67.78. And your, the other schools, the different grade bands, as we move down to band story. I think one of the conversations I had with someone was around Alma East, and I said, because I wasn't as familiar with Alma East until post. Well, what you're seeing at Alma Eastham is it is not a new facility, but it is a facility that has been more recently updated and modernized because all of their systems kind of crashed at the same time and it's a smaller footprint, so they could go in and make major changes there. And because they have new systems, new major systems, it drives that score up. All right, so community engagement, just very quickly. A majority of participants were parents and guardians of district students. You had quite a few parents participated from J.W. Kuhn in the online survey. Now, this is a combination of our community engagements from Jack Britt and I think Pine Forest, right? And our online survey. So I brought this back to a holistic score. So the majority were parents and guardians of the district. Overall conditions of the schools, they thought they were okay, they were good. Top two important things were building condition and building capacity. And again, those large systems, watertight building envelope, reliable heating and HVAC. And 94% agreed that they would support renovations, additions to existing facilities. In the top community concerns, okay? Again, some of those good and fair. Number one planning priority is building condition. Top planning objective in terms of building capacity is capacity and utilization was the top planning objective. They were concerned about overcrowding and balancing enrollment. Dependable, modernized building systems came up as a point of conversation. Again, this is a compression of all of the open-ended conversations, all of the additional information that we asked for folks to provide to us. We brought this back around. Strong concerns about rezoning and grandfathering. We had conversations around military connected families and what that might look like, specific school assignments. They value the neighborhood schools. Again, there were a lot of folks that participated from the J.W. Kuhn footprint. For a small school with a smaller population, a lot of folks participated in that survey. Building reliability was a key concern, and secure learning environments as well. And then operational cost efficiency. We're going to have a conversation about that. I know some of you were in our community engagement where we shared some of this information. We're going to drill down into that a little bit more for you today, but that operational cost, balancing those and making sure that if we do consolidations that in right sizing, that they're strategic in nature. And there's support, again, support for innovations and additions. And what came away is a clear marker within these top community concerns is a clear roadmap. What is the path forward? What are we going to do next? If I may, permission to be brutally honest. As school districts, we spend a lot of time talking about what we're going to do. What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Time to fish or cut bait. You've got to make some decisions going forward. Is that out there in the World Wide Web? Sometimes I overspeak. But we, as a district, I got to be superintendent and they want to talk about things that happened 10 and 15 years ago. And it was keeping us from making a proactive decision that impacted students' learning going forward.
That's right.
It's about the students you serve today to make sure that whatever shortcomings occurred last year and the year before and a decade ago don't occur to these same students. And taking a look, and facilities and operations are a core component of that. It's easy to ignore it because you're going to spend whatever number of millions of dollars over there at Mac Williams and people go, what'd you do? You're going to put a $4 million roof on a high school. That's probably low. A $6 million roof on a high school. And they're going to go, what'd you do? Some of those forward facing things you haven't, I was actually, to be honest, I was pleasantly surprised to hear that you started painting buildings again. Because you really hadn't painted a building around here in over a decade. Because you didn't have the money to do it. And those are the forward-facing things. By golly, if you want to have parents think you've done something, paint a building. Paint a building, update the lights. They think the building's bigger. Suddenly they think the building's bigger. So anyway, sorry, that was my. So again, long-term.
Thank you.
That happens sometimes. That happens sometimes. Transparent communication. People wanna know, okay? People wanna know what's gonna happen. They're gonna look. I would love to tell you, you're gonna get to this end of the process and everybody's gonna come in and you're gonna have a kumbaya moment at your next school board meeting when you start beginning this process and these decisions. It's not gonna happen. People are gonna be upset. But as long as you can present to them the data that supports it and the plan that's going forward, you can then defend your position and people then will come to terms with and understand because you're dealing with their babies and they wanna know, all right, I'm not happy with that. What happens next? You know, I'm not happy with that. What happens to my kid? Where do I land? And those are the important things that have to happen going forward. So compiling the data, you have seen this before. You know, I know that, you know, I think Mac Williams and Pine Forest actually come up on one of these slides. But we took the list, we created a priority. There are over 3,600 items identified. Now, let's be honest, this is an ongoing thing. So as you address some of these critical concerns, because I'm sure some of these roof hatches and some of these concrete issues have already been addressed, and that comes off the list. But you've got this 10-year plan of things that come onto the list. So this is a continually moving forward process as the train rolls down the track. So 3,600 items were identified. We had instruction. You got information around investment priority. Investment by category. This number is no surprise to anyone. We delivered you a number of $805 million worth of deferred maintenance across a 10-year plan. So then we were charged, and what we shared with you last winter, early spring, perhaps, was kind of this $300,000 plan. This
300 million.
300 million. Thank you.
We wish it was a 300,000.
Yeah, we wish it was 300,000. No, we're happy it's 300 million. We wish it was. Never mind. All right, so there's 300 million that was committed to a 7-year capital improvement plan. So we took the 10, made it a 7, and worked out based on those priorities and the criteria a plan. In the intervening time, it's our understanding that 160 million has been earmarked toward new construction for $460 million total. So we built our framework around these dollars. The answer to your question is always money in these situations, okay? But in you know, what's that? If you had more, we could do this. But if we did this, in the time of Christmas, you know, if and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Have you said that before?
No,
So.
I say it all the time.
All right, so this is what we have. This is our reality. These are the dollars we're dealing with going forward. All right, so we set up $315 million across this 7-year prioritization. You have that information. I'm just revisiting this to kind of set the table. And then we had it by campus and by school, and I know that Pine Forest is over there and Mac Williams in terms of dollars. Now, it's important to note that as we look at these right sizing and consolidation issues and concerns or possibilities, if you take a building out of inventory, then those dollars are recouped within this plan. Okay, and we're gonna cover that within our presentation here in just a moment. So it's important to you got this pot of money. We know that some of this is ongoing through your current dollars toward maintenance. So again, this is kind of a fluid process as this process moves down the track. Again, $314 million, and those are the large, that's how it was earmarked at the time that we made that presentation to you. So let's talk about operational costs. Let's kind of get to the nitty-gritty of it. And this is something that we talked about in our community engagement. We didn't have this slide. So operating costs are what we looked at and factored in were the academic operational costs. The costs associated with running the building as a school. So it's the teachers, the assistants, the admin, office and administration, the core utilities and electricity. Jay gave us kind of this 12-month look back in terms of just the costs associated with those kinds of things. It's the custodians that we could earmark back into those buildings, and the operational support, classroom supplies, things that are earmarked specifically to that facility. What they don't include is cafeteria services, because cafeteria is its own operational $1 and plus or minus there. the costs associated with the maintenance personnel, facility maintenance or repair work is not a core to those ongoing operational costs. Major system repairs, all those are outside of this. And of course, any costs associated with the central office. So we took those costs that are specific to the building to operate it as an academic enterprise. So then we took all those, divided it back around, and these are the average cost per student per grade band. And it follows what your high schools tend to be bigger, lower cost of operation per student. Middle school is in the middle, and then high school, your elementaries, especially around some of your smaller schools, those are gonna be smaller schools. When the divisor, the number you divide it by is smaller when you share out those costs. The what? Denominator, that's what I was looking for, thank you. I was an English teacher. So, all right, so operational costs, okay? And this was shared in your public meeting. So as you look at this, your total operational costs, plus or minus here, for a total of $108 million down at the bottom for your high school. Carry that across, you got your utilization, your capacities, and you got your cost per student. Again, a little different conversation around your Wilkins, but we'll talk about that here in a moment. But as you look, for example, at Massey Hill, operational costs are low, but it's a small building with a capacity of 500. It's operating at about 50% utilization. So as you carry that across, their cost per student is $11,500 per student. And that last column is in our $300 million 7-year plan, the 7-year plan cost built into that's for that allocated to that school across that plan.
Yeah, the Ramsey Street number is really high because though that one's hard to really say a cost per student because kids come and go, through that program, and so there's more students than we could use to divide that number by, because we don't know what that number is overall, because it moves and flows. Special program.
It was that enrollment at that snapshot.
Right.
Any idea what current enrollment is?
I don't have it off the top of my head.
All right. But again, I think it's important to note though that there are costs associated with these programs. I think a lot of times we say they are great programs. They serve kids. It's a needed program. It's necessary. But we have to be honest with the associated costs around these programs. Again, you kind of look at, just kind of drive this across. Cape Fear has one of the higher operational costs. They and Jack Britt, again, kind of bigger campuses going as you roll your way across, and you can kind of see where their cost per student averages are.
Well, you will see there's exceptions to every rule, but you'll see as you go through there, and what we have experienced in our travels and other work is that there are three big things that really drive operational cost. One is the size of the school, because if it's a small school, you have a smaller denominator. So that cost per student goes up. Also utilization, because again, you're lowering the number of the denominator because there's not as many kids in there that could be, spread out some of that operational cost. And then age of building and associate with that, the FCI, because older buildings just aren't as energy efficient as newer buildings.
Yeah, your newer facility, I did a middle school and we reduced our utility cost by 25%. Now we had fuel oil, which is like the most expensive, back in the day, fuel oil. But the newer facilities clearly with their computer driven analytics and being able to shut off systems and bring systems back on.
New windows.
LED lights make such a big difference. Newer windows, all those things are key drivers. High efficient boilers, all those things are key drivers behind efficiency. What I will tell you though is that highfalutin.
It breaks down easy.
Yeah, that highfalutin chiller you got outside is not gonna last like the 30-year-old one you keep band-aiding together at one of your older facilities. It's just not. All right, middle school operating costs. Kind of a different picture here. One thing to note here is that we had to, because of the associated costs with Douglas Byrd Middle and the way those are earmarked from an accounting standpoint, we built that just into the south. The main building there. The north is the Ireland Drive the former Ireland Drive Elementary. So, but I will give you a note here though. As you look at Douglasburg and you put all those students in the main building and you carry that across, notice what its utilization becomes. So just kind of a note there. As you carry that down, you can kind of see average cost at $8,300. Again, Howard Learning, kind of its own special circumstance. But you know, I found it kind of interesting. New Century International Middle, its utilization is kind of low, and therefore that kind of, to Rob's point earlier, when you get that denominator, it drives up the cost per student operational cost. And as you get down into your elementaries, you kind of spin this forward again, kind of look at like Ashley Elementary, a small school with low enrollment. As you bring that across, the cost per student is $13,800.
Coon is another one, small,
another one,
low
Beaver Dam because
utilization,
of the
older
size.
building.
Overall, you kind of carry that down, Cumberland Road, District Number 7, Glendale Acres, utilization is pretty high, but their operational costs, and that's just a facility associated related cost. And then Lucille Souders down there at the bottom. So again, we would anticipate elementaries to be higher. That average score is 9,500. Their average dollar amount is 9,500. And as you look over, you can see, for example, like Van Story Hills, as you carry that across, $8,100 per student, and they have an earmark of over $3 million in the 7-year plan. And the reason we share this is this is one of the things that we used as a driver behind making assessments of the plan and its considerations we're going to share with you in just a moment. So why right sizing and why now? Okay, so we talked a little bit about that, kind of setting the table, but your facility assessments show the urgent need. Smaller underutilized schools are obviously more expensive to operate based on the numbers and the data. And we assume that. You can say it out loud and say, oh, that's the case, but until you see the actual data and you're able to look at it and stare at it, you can understand it. Delayed action risks higher costs. It's never going to be cheaper than today.
We were not talking building high schools across in this area of town. We were talking, what, 10 years ago, maybe a little bit longer ago, we were talking about, you know, how crazy it was. A new high school was $100 million to build. And, you know, now that number is approaching $200 million. So it's not, I think, Donna, what'd you say, Britt, cost of?
$27 million.
$27 million to build, Britt, 25 years ago.
So again, some of this is information you've already seen in terms of your condition accounts, your individual, this is sharing that score again, but your average age of buildings here in your district is 45, across kind of a national database there on the far right, but you can kind of see as you go down, built 77 before, you have 52% of your buildings there, where the national average is 18%. So that what you tend to see in school and districts is almost, it's not a bell curve per se, but you can see that most districts have fewer older buildings. Let's be honest. Most districts have fewer older buildings than you have as a percentage of their total building inventory. And they tend to have more newer facilities within the last 2 decades. All right, so in taking a look at this, the goals, our stated goals in this process, working forward, reduce the average age of schools, increase the average student capacity per facility, fully utilize your schools, reduce the overall number of facilities, lower your average operational costs, initiate sustainable, begin the process perhaps of a long-term replacement cycle for schools, and be sure that you can support high quality learning environments for the next generation. Making sure that the process that you set in play today pays off dividends into the foreseeable future. You know, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. The other one I like better is how to eat an elephant, one bite at a time. So this is our first bite. Enjoy. All right, Rob.
You know, we broke this down into 3 options. Options might not be the optimal word there, but we wanted to say, all right, here's some items in option A that you could do that weren't necessarily interdependent on each other. And then we looked at between option B and option C was we have $160 million for new construction. So let's look at, we know E.E. Smith has been hanging out there for a long time. We didn't want to ignore that. So we wanted to say, all right, what is the option? What happens if we spend that money on a new high school for E.E. Smith? And then the other option is, what do we do if we don't do that and we spread that out amongst newer elementary school, multiple newer elementary schools, and then use some of the savings and associated dollars from that to renovate E.E. Smith instead.
And the caveat there is because that 160 was dedicated toward new construction. So if there's an agreement there, some of those dollars could be allocated back around to E. Smith.
To the renovation. We didn't do that because we didn't know if we could.
We didn't know how that delineation would be. And interestingly, E. Smith, while we say it dates back to 1950, again, you got an academic wing that dates to 1995. So there are buildings there that could be addressed in different ways. There's different levels of concern.
It is one of the two worst.
Yes, but no, let's be honest. I think it was a 44%. So it's one of the two worst facility scores that you have across your district. So let's just jump into this so that you can kind of see the nuts and bolts of it.
Well, before you flip, so in thinking this, you can do option A and option B together. You can do option A and option C together. You can't do B and C together. That is a fork where you have to kind of make that decision. So just wanted to say that.
Yeah.
Could you say that again?
So if you have $160 million, if you spend $160 million on option B, then option C is out the window because you don't have that $160 million anymore. Likewise, if you spent it on option C, you can't do option B because you don't have that $160 million unless you're able to come up with, that more money. But based on those parameters, you can do option A and B, you can do option A and C. You can't do B and C together.
Thank you. Sorry.
I said can't's wrong. It'd be hard to do that with the money.
With the money that you have. All right, so option A, close selected schools and redistribute those students. So we're in our process here, we've identified smaller under or aging schools. We have identified benefits around immediate reduction in the associated costs, and we tried to identify those challenges in terms of the boundary adjustments, in terms of potential transportation impacts. Those are the things that have to be considered in a plan going forward. Again, what's the decision, but what happens to my child? Because once these decisions are made, there has to be communication back out to your community and how this will work.
And we wish it was as easy as saying, all right, what's the worst scoring school? Let's pick that one. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. So we're looking at the factors that we looked at were obviously the facility condition score, but what utilization they have, how many students are actually there, what the size of the school is, because we know that drives cost per student. But geographical area also, are there schools around that school that could absorb those students? So it may or may not be the case. And so there might have to be some other dominoes that have to fall, or maybe it's not something, even though it needs to be looked at or it needs to be addressed, it's not something we could do in this first round. So there's multiple factors that went into it. So I wish we could say we could just start at the bottom, work our way to the top, but it's not that easy because everything kind of has to mesh to make it work.
And you want to spread that impact around the district. It isn't fair that everything go west or everything go east or everything go downtown because of that the associated impacts and the costs that are around that.
So the first one was J.W. Kuhn, and again, it was picked because how old it is. 1963 was the original building. It has 188 students, low utilization. It has a high overall cost per student, and the surrounding schools could absorb those students. There's enough room, there's enough seats to absorb those students.
So you're looking at Sherwood Park, Brentwood, William H. Owen, who are there in that geographic footprint. And again, you're looking at a fairly small school, and not only that, but then it's also underutilized.
Did you look at,
Well, we're gonna be looking at a bunch of stuff, so hang on.
You looking at Kuhn specifically, or?
Yeah, I was thinking about the community itself, that people, if they are able to move out to go to different schools. I'm looking at
You're talking about transportation?
transportation, finance, you know, if they are able to do that. You know, you might have a community.
Our analysis is directly based on the data associated with those schools, the operational costs, there are some assumptions there. There are assumptions in closing of this, that the school district will be able to provide the associated transportation around those. I don't know about cost to families, but in terms of that metric, but the expectation is that those students that currently reside at Coon would be transported by the district to their new reside school.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, I don't think so, but I'm not sure that we can, other than to say, no, we did not look at, you know, whether a student was able to have the means to move to another area of town or something like that to go to a different school. No, we did not look at that.
I guess I'm kind of thinking in my head if I were that student.
Sure.
I understand.
I want to ride all day long to get to another school.
Well, and I wish we would have put the map up there for you because Sherwood Park, Brentwood, and Owen, are not very far.
Close together.
You know, they're not very far apart geographically, and two, not every student, lives right there at Coon. They live, you know,
On the
around it.
periphery.
So, yes, there are students who maybe could walk to Coon and now will have to take the bus. That is absolutely gonna happen. But there probably are also some students that are on the bus that that maybe they still have to take the bus, but it's a shorter ride. So there is some back and forth. It just depends on who you are and where you live.
Sherwood Park is right down the road from
On-
J.W. Coon. And
It's on the
those
same road.
those neighborhoods kind of run together and play together. And then if you look at William H. Owen, the outskirts of that from J.W. Coon's district would be close to William H. Owen. I don't see a bus ride at all as a problem because they're so adjacent to each other.
I would agree. That was one of the reasons we looked at Coon, because there was places to go. It wasn't really, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're cognizant, and that's why the part of
We're not
kind
asking
of the
questions.
geography. Yeah, let's,
Thank you for asking me that. Just hold on and let them
all right, let's
proceed.
jump forward here.
Beaver Dam was another one of those. We know it is a very, I think that one of your favorite schools that you got to visit.
Oh, yeah,
because
I loved it.
everybody likes a very little school, and we understand that from an educational purpose, but it was hard for us to ignore the $18,000, almost $19,000 per student. And again, it's based upon size and utilization for that, mostly probably size. But we did notice, because we did plot, we can't put the map up of where students live on here for FERPA reasons, but we did see that about 50% of the students didn't live in the Beaver Dam attendance area. So we thought that was interesting and somewhat mutes the sting to at least some of the students because they don't live in that area anyway. But not taking away, this is an impact of students into their,
Not to
and
diminish that in
families,
any way.
definitely not, understand. This is all hard and emotional things that we're talking about, however, financially necessary. Manchester was another one, and we really talked about Manchester because we know there's been some other schools closed right there. And so the impact on that community, but just the amount of students that were there, the enrollment, the size of the school. There's another school really close. Matter of fact, Manchester actually resides inside W.T. Brown's attendance zone, which is a little odd. I'm assuming because they just couldn't fit the students. And W.T. Brown, sorry, I'm changing the names of your schools. They have a really weird attendance boundary to, they have multiple islands so you have these kind of an island area that go all the way around the base there. And we did talking through with Kevin and transportation apparently at some point in time, there was a way for them to take the buses through the base, but now they have to take the buses around. So it's a pretty good bus drive for those students out by Ponderosa. I think is one of them, that has to kind of go around, to that. To do this one, and that's the next slide, there are a little bit of a domino effect because there's not enough seats in Brown to just absorb the Manchester students. But like we said before, there's that Allen zone. You see that blue area right next to Ponderosa. At some point in time, that was cut out of Ponderosa and sent to Brown. So we're saying take those students out and put them back in Ponderosa. Same thing with the top piece there, that Howard Hall would absorb the students there for in Brown. And then Lucille Souders, there's that little, I call it the panhandle there on the top of Lucille Souders, that those students would move from Hall to Lucille Souders to balance the enrollment. And one added benefit or ancillary benefit is you are improving the utilization rates of all the schools by doing that. But that one is kind of the most has the most domino effects of all of these. But that is some of the things we're fighting with to make these decisions.
Yeah, but the nature of those island zones, those non-contiguous boundaries is not great either. That disjointed zone, so it actually weirdly lends itself more readily to this than we might see in other options.
Closing Ann Chestnut, again, it was on the middle school. If it wasn't the worst FCI, it's the second worst FCI, at 42.24. The average cost per student wasn't terribly over the average, but it was a slightly high. But again, it was really that 1957 building, low utilization. Now, what that will, we did a lot of conversation with our steering committee on this here with the folks from academics, transportation. That would require some changes to your 12-month calendar program. So either relocating it to a different facility, keeping the program or relocating it, or doing away with the 12-month calendar programs altogether. So that is a consideration that will need some more conversation. Reed Ross, again, older school, under 50% utilized, low FCI score. When we looked at it too, we placed where the students live. It really wasn't a magnet program. It wasn't drawing students in from all over the county. It was really just folks that live right around the area. And so that one, there can definitely be absorbed in Nick Gerald's, who has a low utilization rate as well. So those students could go to Nick Gerald's and improve their operational costs by absorbing those students as well.
You've got a couple of options there with Nick Gerald's and of course then E.E. Smith at the high school. So not all of those students have to go to one building because of the 612, the nature of the facility, the 612 program.
But does that one have the 12-month schedule too, Reed Ross?
Reed Ross does.
Yeah, so again, you have the same issue with the 12-month schedule. A.B. Wilkins, small school for a high school, ode, low utilization rate. And those students could go to, that program could go to 71st. Now that one is magnetic. Those kids came from all over the county. It wasn't a location type thing, so it could fit into 71st. And 71st has the room and would help their utilization and their associated costs as well.
Yeah, 71st overall utilization wasn't terrible. I think it was in the 70, 72 or 76, 72, somewhere along in there. So in looking at this, you're looking at a very small facility with a low number of students with a very high operational cost associated with that. And again, this is about reducing your building inventory. This is about reducing your financial obligations operationally going forward.
Well, and again, when you look at your, not only their FCS score is, super low at 30.8, But that 7-year plan, there's $4 million there that could be avoided as well, with the closing of that building. Massey Hill is in the same situation. You look at a 100-year-old school. Functional capacity is small, 259 current kids, so utilization is low. 7-year plan, not as big, but still you have to look at that overall repair cost number because it's not going away. It's over $5 million. And they have a high operational cost per student. Not as low on the FCI score, but it has Douglas Byrd High School has the seats, and Douglas Byrd High School has a lower utilization score and could benefit from having those students. And then we talked about, you mentioned this earlier, the north, so the old Ireland, I guess it was Ireland Middle School.
Ireland Elementary.
Was it an elementary school at some point?
Elementary.
So it's been elementary and a middle, and now it's back to, okay. It is really small. I thought it was an elementary originally, but then I heard middle school, but because of how small it was, it's really small. It has a small enrollment, and all those students will fit in the South School. Now, I wouldn't suggest necessarily divesting that building because it is on your campus, and so you want to keep it. So there'll be some conversations around, should it be repurposed for something else? And then maybe you could close something else along the lines or some other programs, or it could be, demolished and it's just a property that you have that eventually over the coming years, you might be able to build something else on top of it.
All right, so option A, in terms of just potential benefits, and we can all read, but, it enables capital reinvestment. So we're talking about $22 million in deferred investment from other facilities coming back into that, which is not small change. It improves the district-wide utilization. It supports this right sizing and the overall lowering of your facility inventories. The operational costs for students are reduced, obviously, with those new denominators. Your overall operational costs will be diminished, bringing those dollars back into forward-facing classroom and programmatic needs. And then it does create that opportunities for enhanced programming because you're creating larger populations that can then participate in those arts, STEM, and CTE and other student programming.
And I will say, and we make sure we say this, often, is so when we look at the operational costs, so if we say we're going to close a facility, you won't recoup all of that operational cost. We think that around 30% is what you would recoup, because we're not looking at firing teachers. So when you close a building, that does not equate. Those teachers have to follow those kids. They will just have to move to wherever those kids go, because schools are staffed based on how many kids there. Now there are some redundancies in maybe some custodial staff or administrators and those type of things. However, we feel pretty confident talking with HR and Kevin that, some of those positions are hard to fill positions right now. And so we're not talking about letting anyone go. It's about absorbing them in other places or through attrition.
How many openings did you have at the beginning of the year for school teachers?
How many opening certified?
Yeah. 6. So, again, we're not, because those, for example, Ireland Drive, those kids are being taught in that facility now. So if they go across the parking lot and go into the other facility, they're gonna have to be taught. So those teachers and the assistants and that type of thing.
So it's basically the operating cost of the building that we would be seeing.
That's why it's only 30%, because
Right.
those teacher salaries you're not
Yeah,
saving.
right. That's correct. That's common sense. Okay, can we open the floor for questions right now? Or do we need to get?
Do you wanna go through B and C first?
No, they have questions for A.
Okay.
So the floor is open for questions. Anyone have their questions written down for A?
Maybe
you would
one
like
more slide.
to address?
But real quick, we got one more slide for
Okay.
option A.
Okay.
Of course, communities, these are challenges, community sensitivities, your reassignment, transportation. No principal ever said they were underutilized. So when students come in, they're gonna say, oh my gosh, we don't have space for these students. So there will be some capacity pressures on those receiving schools. There will have to plan for staff reassignment and transition management. That transition management is a key to this process being successful. Equity considerations, I know that's gonna be a conversation in terms of making sure that students have improved access to high quality learning. And then, the biggest question is gonna be, all right, so if we divest of these schools as schools, what happens to the properties? I will tell you that a facility like Massey Hill, what we've seen in other communities is because of the historic nature of that facility, those tend to be repurposed as low-income housing or senior housing and, in that type of specific community, to address other community needs. Other facilities such as Wilkins, those facilities, by the nature of how they were built, were really built with about a 20-year lifespan earmarked into them. For baby boomers. Those facilities are not ones that are likely to be repurposed as facilities for the school district or the community. All right, I think that's it for option A. Oh, there's one more, all right.
It's just a graph of putting it all down to a dollar figure on. I think I have like $6.8 million in potential annual operation savings, $22 million in that, out of that 300 deferred maintenance plan that could be repurposed. And then out of that overall $800 million, $55 million could be avoided as well.
And the other thing, you got about 2,400 students impacted. That's always a question. Well, how many kids are we talking about here? Another important caveat to option A is, as you will note, although we've talked about the 7-year plan and the savings associated with that, we've not spent any new dollars. We've only saved potentially appropriated dollars. So you can do option A outside of whatever the choices are made around options B and C.
And some of them are tied to option C. Also, the last thing I would keep going, the last thing. None of this has to happen, and it can't happen like this. It's gonna be time, it's gonna be a timeline over years to do this because you have to have some transition support for the students, for the staff, and it takes time to do that. So you'll do these things in steps over,
But the thing is to start.
The thing is to start.
Journey of 1,000 miles. And we do have a transition, kind of a loose framework for a transition plan later in the presentation.
Okay, questions? Anyone have questions? Question? Comment?
Yeah, I do have a question. How much longer is the presentation because lunch is ready?
Oh.
So, do you wanna take a break?
It's gotta be done in an hour.
He's funny.
Get a flight.
He's funny. He's not real. Any other question? Y'all wanna have lunch or whatever and then proceed later? All right, y'all get to rest your voice, I guess. We're at the-
You get ready for the
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take a break here at this point.
That's a question.
Oh, you have a question? Yeah.
And I just,
Are we gonna continue through the meeting or stop for lunch?
What do y'all wanna do?
You wanna eat, have a
We can
working
continue with, what are y'all up to? We can eat and continue at the same time?
lunch?
Eat and work, okay,
No, you eat, we work.
okay.
And it was 87.
It was 85 kids in that school. 85.
85.
It's 85. It's 85 kids in that school.
Yeah.
Which one is that?
In Ramsey, it's 85.
And be for them.
Yeah, it was,
Yeah.
I told Alex, I see him when I see him.
Okay, we'll continue.
There we go.
We would open the questions at this point, or we continue on.
Continue on, because we gave them an opportunity to ask.
All right, good.
So option B is, and option B and C actually, are talking about different ways to spend that $160 million earmarked for new construction. And so option B is, all right, let's, address E.E. Smith. It is one of the two worst schools, FCI scores. And it's been debated, we know, for quite some time. And so this is, one way, let's just, this option just gets down to removing it and starting over.
Sure, so in looking at E.E. Smith, this is kind of the ones that I delved in and looked pretty hard at in terms of where to go and how to proceed. So we're talking about building a new school at the existing location, okay? I know that's a conversation that's been kind of out in your community and that kind of thing. So again, looking at the dollars we have and the information we have today, this option B places this school at that same location. That school then is gonna have to be closed and the need for a swing space. So let's say, I'll throw this out, you close a Reed Ross becomes the swing space during the construction and renovation of this space. Again, you're gonna have significant modernization impact, thank you. 21st century learning spaces as you reimagine those spaces that are there. And again, it will improve the average school size and age of the district in terms of bringing the age of your facilities forward. There are some challenges. I mean, you're gonna put all of this money into one basket. There is a construction line, a construction timeline of 24 to 36 months, but that means you started yesterday, to be quite honest with you. And then interim planning for boundaries and staffing assignments, swing space consideration, all of those things are some of the headwinds that come against this proposal. So looking at option B, we've talked a lot in our community engagements and our last time we were together and today about E.E. Smith. You're talking about a school that's 71 years old, a little over 200,000 square feet, a good sized school, but it's only on a campus of 27 acres. Okay, and you've got homes adjacent to those perimeter. I know you got a softball field in behind the elementary and that kind of thing. So we have to be appreciative of the size. And typically what you see in a metropolitan or urban area for a school that's kind of located within that footprint is about a 45-acre campus. So in terms of where that space is. 1,300 student capacity, but the utilization right now of about 74%. Again, one of the lowest scores at 44%. It has an overall identified cost in that 10-year plan of over $31 million. And one of the higher ranked schools in terms of the 7-year plan at 12.36 million. So if you look across the stats there and you kind of going back down to the lower paragraph, it would allow the district to replace a current mid-century facility. Again, part of it ages out to 95, and it establishes new flexible learning spaces and expanded arts facilities and kind of meets future instructional and operational requirements for those students. And potential benefits, again, replaces that school 21st century, right size replacement of an aging campus. And you can kind of look at, I think as you move into that process, you can say, all right, it's currently built out at about 1,300 students. What are the future needs for that footprint? You got a smaller campus. Do we downsize it slightly in order to increase some of the overall programmatic capacity of that space? And, do you go up? In terms of, that right now it's pretty much a single story building. There's a lot. I know that this isn't what a lot of folks in communities are hoping for in terms of E.E. Smith, but we're trying to deal within the parameters that we have in terms of this $160 million. There's a lot that can be done with older facilities, especially one like E.E. Smith that really is an old to new facility. That 95 wing certainly is something you could look at in terms of renovation. Maybe some of the older spaces do have to be taken out and repurposed and reimagined in terms of that footprint. So there's a lot that can happen on that campus. And then you're not also then kind of rebuilding your football fields. You're not, some of those ancillary spaces that are associated with that aren't then part of that overall cost. You get supports modern academic and CTE programming, and this is a big thing for me. I travel the nation now for these past 3 years work at MGT. I have been on both coasts. I was in California 3 weeks ago talking about CTE, talking about STEM, talking about certifications. And however we reimagine this space, we want to make sure that we're reimagining it for the jobs that will come, for the skills that are needed. You know, AI can't replace HVAC. AI can't replace a plumber. AI can't replace certain skills and sets that we can be taught in a CTE environment. We also need to learn how to use AI though, so you factor that into your, that's another whole CTE capacity there. Enables capital reinvestment. So if you do this, that 12.3 and the 31.5 come back into the pot, and then it also creates a, a future-ready high school. Potential challenges, again, a significant capital investment up front, site limitations of the campus, that construction timeline, the interim boundaries and staffing, and again, swing space requirements should you go down this path. I don't, to be very honest with you, in renovating there on that campus, there's a possibility you could stay in place, maybe moving a freshman, but the best, most cost-efficient pathway to renovating and upgrading that facility on that footprint is to take the kids away so that the sledgehammers can swing. And delays to other facility, let's be very honest. If all of this goes into this basket, it delays any other potential improvements across other campuses. Unless more funds are found. Program continuity during construction, there are challenges that come with being a student in a school. I will tell you though, the students will be great. I was an elementary principal in we had to live in it. There's no place for us to go. And our kids loved it. We had these tunnels through the building. We called it the Tunnel of Love. The kids were great. The staff tried to pull my hair. I used to have hair, and then I did a building construction. No, it was the kids were great. The kids were great during the process. Again, construction logistics, those kind of things, and market conditions. We just don't know where you might be when bids are open, as Donna shared earlier, where that bid might be when you're 2 years down the road and you're opening those envelopes.
Option C is then looking at, instead of, rebuilding E.E. Smith, it is taking that dollars and putting construction into multiple elementary schools, renovating E.E. Smith, and building a new wing at Grace Creek to help try to adjust or to take care of the growing population there. Again, the benefits are, there's more of an impact on the overall district. There's strong overall operational cost savings. This can be intentionally designed for all these learning spaces for 21st century spaces, and it advances the outcomes and the impacts to more students. Challenges are, again, there's upfront cost to this. So it's no different than option B. Same thing with the timeline. You're going to have construction timelines for these as well. No different from option B. There probably will need to be some swing space, even for the renovation of E.E. Smith. I just don't see, with the type of renovation it would need, it's going to be pretty comprehensive that you would not be able to stay there. So you're still going to have those swing space complications.
Hey, let me, because I talked about the 95 academic wing there at E.E. Smith. Option B is a take it to ground and build it back out. There may be some considerations around some of those spaces, but option B is a take it to ground, build it back out.
Does renovation in the long run cost more than rebuilding? I mean, because when you're talking about renovating something, you got all kinds of mess you can run into. It's like renovating a house. Isn't it cheaper in the long run just to wipe it off and start over?
New construction is generally cheaper than renovation because you have to work around things.
Right.
However, there are some considerations. If you went to like a new space, then there's going to be got the land and utilities and football fields and all that stuff. So if you're on the same speeds, generally speaking, new construction is cheaper
Right, because we're already there.
because you're already there. It is. Renovation, might help you push it off, new construction off a little longer. We could debate whether or not that's cheap or not.
No, because we see
Because
that
the cost keeps going
going
up,
up.
so.
Y'all see that with Matt Williams and Jack Brett.
Yeah, but you gotta be careful with that math because yes, per square foot, ground up, new construction is cheaper. But when you're renovating, you're not pouring a footer. You're not, you know, some of your existing load bearing walls, your
If it's wrong in the first
roof
place. you might have to-
trusses. So they're,
See what I'm saying?
the scale of what you're replacing is less than what you're building, if that makes sense.
It does, if it's done right in the
If
first
it's done right, and look, you know, I've traveled the nation, and I have been in some fabulous older buildings.
Right.
Just buildings that were terrific and you knew they were old because they had transom windows, nobody's got a transom window anymore.
The foundation was.
Mahogany cabinets, you know, where'd those come from? But if it's done right and done with some amount of attention and it's purpose built and it's not just slap on. It's not we had a conversation about putting lipstick on a pig. We're not doing that.
Right.
You're taking it to stud, you know, no different than if you got an old house in a historic neighborhood.
Right.
You know, you're not gonna take that thing to ground. You're gonna take it to stud and you're gonna build it out right and you're gonna preserve the parts that are good.
Right. Thank you.
So going into, you know, the different things, and some of these incorporate, some of option A's things. So for example, we're looking at building a new elementary school where Coon is. So we talked about, you know, closing Coon. Well, in this scenario, yes, you would close Coon and you would use that area to build a new elementary school. Then, once it is built, you then are able to close Brentwood and Sherwood Park and consolidate all three buildings into one. Obviously, benefit wise, this reduces the number of facilities by 2 because you're going 3 to 1. It avoids deferred maintenance cost of about $8.5 million and on that 7-year plan, and $20 million on that out of that $805 million. It has a potential annual operation savings of almost $4 million, so $3.9 million operational annually. Once it's complete, again, upfront capital improvement, $50 million for a 900-kid school. You know, it's gonna take 24 to 36 months from the time you say go and start designing to actually can open it. And then you have to figure out what to do with Brentwood and Sherwood Park is a challenge, because as my colleague says all the time, if you don't get rid of the building, you save nothing.
So we visited a district that they said, yeah, we followed your plan, we closed all these buildings, and they drove me around the campus and that building was still open. And I said, well, what is that now? And they said, well, that's the preschool administrative spaces. And we went to the other one, well, that's office administration and blah, blah, blah. Well, they just moved the kids out. They didn't close the buildings. And if you're gonna do that, you still have those associated operational
We'll just
costs.
keep the kids there, yeah.
Right.
So Brentwood, again, 61-year-old facility, you know, when we talk about those factors. One, it's close to Coon is a key thing, but it has a low FCI score. I said $4 million in that repair cost, a 7-year plan. It's actually not terribly small compared to some of the other ones. But again, that small, or that bad FCI score where it is what drove it mostly. Sherwood Park, 58 years old. It has a 52, so unsatisfactory FCI score. Operational cost per student is $12,600 per student, which, you know, again, that average is 95-15 or something like that. Considerably higher operational costs. And then this is the same slide from before, J.W. Coon, 62 years old, really small, high operational cost, and a poor FCI score. Then we looked at another new elementary at Ferguson Easley, and then combining Margaret Willis with it when it becomes new. Ferguson Easley was one of the, and we'll go through that, as one of the lower scoring schools. as well. And if you're not gonna do build a brand new E.E. Smith and you're going to just renovate it, this also helps that community with a nice shiny new building as well. Cause there's definitely something to be said about that. And spreads it out again over the county, reduces the inventory by one. Deferred maintenance on that 7-year plan, there's over $6 million that can be avoided there. And $330,000 in annual savings.
If you're thinking, what does a 750 student school look like? I think New Century International Elementary is their capacity 740-ish. So that's kind of that footprint.
We looked at, we went with 750 instead of 900 because that site is a little bit smaller in size and because of the number of students at Margaret Willis and easily will fit inside that 750 student. Again, there is lots of capital up front, $40 million. There could be some savings if you build these 3 elementary schools using some of the same plans. That might not be possible because of the sites are all different, right? So sometimes you gotta design the school to the site. And so where that could be something you can look at, I wouldn't wanna guarantee it. Again, construction time, repurposing and divesting Margaret Willis when you're done. And having a swing space for Ferguson easily while you build it. 'Cause I don't think you have enough room there to build it on the side and then demolish the old school once it's done. 66-year-old building only has a capacity, we consider elementary schools pretty small if they're less than 400. So it has a functional capacity of 360. Does have a lot of students, but you can see it has that very low score at 50.06 unsatisfactory range. Less than 400 is small.
If you're saying what size to build an elementary, we would tell you up front that 750 to 800 range is probably the ideal size in terms of a build out, just in terms of programmatic need, ancillary services, administrative costs, that kind of thing.
That's what I was saying. We generally consider a school smaller than 400 to be small. Margaret Willis, again, functional capacity 374, so small, 72 years old. Has a little higher than average operational cost, poor FCI, and it's close enough to Ferguson easily geographically to be able to combine them. And then going out to the east, we got the Stedman Elementaries and Beaver Dam. So we're looking at, a new elementary school out there that can incorporate those 3. We tried to figure out a way, maybe we could pull in a Sunnyside or a Seabrook into this, and it just didn't work out geographically. Because we were trying to get as much bang for our buck. But again, kind of the same benefits, reduces the inventory by 2, voids $2.5 million in that 7-year plan. And we forgot the overall cost. We just got a dollar mark there. And then potential operational savings of about $415,000 a year. But again, $40 million upfront investment, got that 2 to 3 year timeframe to build it. And then you have to repurpose those buildings when the new building is complete. Stedman Elementary, 99-year-old facility, really small, 361. It's not as bad of an FCI, it's 72.16, so almost to the poor, but it's considered in the fair. Stedman Primary, 68-year-old building, even smaller, less than 200 functional capacity, high operational cost at that 12,678. It has a poor FCI score, and utilization is below optimal. Beaver Dam's a 103-year-old facility. This is the same slide as before, where we talked about that operational cost is at 18,876, which is almost double the average, and it has a fair FCI score. Main thing is it's just tiny, which is good for the students that go there. I won't take away anything from that. Financially, it's hard to ignore. then renovating E.E. Smith, what we didn't do, so we're talking about spending 40 million for an elementary, 40 million for another elementary, and 50 million for another elementary. You have $30 million worth out of that 160 left. We did not appropriate that towards E.E. Smith. It could be, depending on, I don't know, we have to talk with that with Jay and how that money can be earmarked. But what we did say is out of all that savings from building those new schools, you can save enough money, and there's $12.5 million already appropriated in that 7-year plan towards renovating it, up to $45 to $50 million to completely renovate E.E. Smith. Again, it allows you to spread out some of the impacts and have a full renovation of the aging systems in that buildings. Could even, depending on what the price comes in, the design looks like, I'm not an architect, could be looking at keeping some buildings and maybe demolishing others. I'm not 100% sure on that. But challenges, I mean, it's money, $45 million that you're spending. It will take, again, a couple of years to do that. I don't believe that students can stay there while that's being done. You could possibly do it. I think it would raise the cost prohibitively. So looking at swing space is a challenge as well. As we talked before, E.E. Smith, the oldest building is 72 years old. It has an unsatisfactory FCI of 44.13. Its utilization rate is a little on the low side, and its operational cost is higher than the average for high schools. And then we talked about that classroom addition at Grays Creek. That's where we thought the other $20 million left over, $30 million left over, and that $160 million could go to adding a wing on there, a classroom wing there to increase its capacity. Again, that area of the county is still expanding, and they're busting at the seams even with the huts that they have out there. Again, construction timeline is a challenge. And, you know, being that's something you would build adjacent to it, but there's still construction going on at the site. And so sometimes that will take some careful planning around noise control, traffic rerouting, and those type of things. Potential benefits, you want to take that one?
Sure. So we're maximizing educational impact across the district. From a geographic standpoint, the maximum number of students are being impacted by that. You get a fully renovated and new to those students, E.E. Smith High School, and resolves those major deficiencies that are there. And again, when you're looking at a renovation of E.E. Smith, it's going to be more than just a standard renovation. There will be portions of the building likely that will have to go away. And that footprint will have to be reapportioned into new use. So, you know, that $45 to $60 million range is gonna be taken up with all of that. And again, also because of the way the dollars are earmarked in terms of new versus renovating or the 7-year plan, some of that 160 could potentially be apportioned over there depending on how that money is allowed to be spent. That wasn't within our framework. Classroom additions at Grays Creek they're the school that's in the red, and we know that growth is going to continue out there. And then this one reduces your overall operational and maintenance costs long term. It reduces your overall building. That may be the next slide. Yeah, a cost per student, and it supports the right sizing of the facility inventory. Because we're talking about that replacement plan. Well, when you're doing a 3-to-1, suddenly now there's 2 buildings, 4, 6 buildings you don't have to replace in terms of that long-term replacement schedule. And that's important to your overall long-term facility needs.
And one thing we did not fit into some of that operational cost, it's an actual different benefit. You have to maintain less number of buildings. It's less grass you have to cut, less locations you have to transport to. All those things are a benefit to a stretched thin system.
So challenges. So those are the benefits. Challenges, of course, financing and timeline. That in capital investment and, you know, all of these approvals and these plans, you will get, when you get into that process, you'll think it moves as a glacial pace. It's like, where are we on this? It just takes time. You can do pretty drawings any day. When the architects have to get in there and get granular about what can we keep, what do we need, and we design that, there'll be some time that goes into that. You know, again, you know, there's been a lot of conversation about a replacement. We want to acknowledge the fact that the renovation, you know, delays a future E.E. Smith, you know, replacement for probably 25 years or more. Community and political sensitivity to the neighborhoods that are impacted and the perceptions around that. Student reassignment and transportation, there's a lot that goes into that when you start boundary adjusting and you're re-looking at routes, and you know, there's a bridge here and there's a cul-de-sac there. There's a lot that goes into that. And then, of course, always the conversations around staffing and the reassignments and the relocation of those students.
So looking at the impacts, again, the impacts, you know, more students there, over 3,000 students, $4.65 million in operational savings annually, $17 million in avoided deferred maintenance on that 7-year plan, and over $40 million in long-term deferred maintenance savings. Or avoidance is probably the best way to say that. And so for us, you know, we were asked to make a recommendation, and we feel like from our standpoint, we don't have emotional ties to any of these decisions, and so that doesn't play into us and our recommendation. We understand it does for you, for your community, but we feel like option A and C is the best way to go. It impacts more students, and so we're talking about closing J.W. Kuhn and building a new school, closing Brentwood, closing Sherwood Park, closing Ferguson Easley and constructing a new elementary on site, closing Margaret Willis, building a new school at the Stedman Primary, closing the old primary, the Stedman Elementary and Beaver Dam Elementary, closing A.B. Wilkins, closing Ann Chestnut, closing Manchester, closing Reed Ross, and using Reed Ross probably as a swing space before you go to divesting it, because it's in a good spot for a swing space. Some of these other ones might as well be, like the Bird North building. Closing Massey Hill, closing Douglas Bird, not the entire school, just that the old elementary. Renovating E.E. Smith and adding that classroom on to Gray Creek High School. And then obviously continuing with your 7-year renovation of all the other schools.
So the benefits, you know, again, address critical facility needs, improve utilization across the district, lower your operating cost per student, which is a key driver behind all of these decisions, reducing the overall average age of your facilities, and in this model, we're creating more modern, purpose-built learning environments, so you're upgrading your facilities, strengthening your academic program equity across the district, protecting your long-term capital investment capacity, which means basically you're reducing your inventory, you've got the maximum number of new buildings, your overall operational cost and facility upkeep dollars will go, it's a jar of Skippy peanut butter. It can only be spread so far. It preserves some of that peanut butter. Reduces your overall maintenance backlog. Transportation, we've not factored this into our dollars, but there will be significant transportation costs. And we know at a minimum, a bus is a $5 to $8 a mile operation. And again, the long-term facilities footprint, this puts you on a path, that first step toward a long-term sustainable facility input.
And putting that all together, so you're looking at over $13 million in annual operational cost savings, $37.5 million in that deferred maintenance cost over the 7-year plan, although the star is that money is being reinvested into E.E. Smith, along with that $12 million that we were already going to put towards E.E. Smith. And then long-term, that overall $800 million, you're taking a $90 million bite out of that $800 million. You're avoiding $90 million of that number by doing this.
I do want to, we had a lot of conversations around Howard Learning in Ramsey about location and the facilities. And so these alternative programs serve a very unique student with unique needs. And so it's highly individualized, and there are a lot of costs and associated, and we've reflected that in the data because that's important that you see those numbers. So relocating these programs into a standard facility, there's challenges to safety and concerns that are surrounded by that. So we do recommend that those programs be relocated into
Those
a more.
buildings are in bad shape.
Those buildings are terrible. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say it that way. Paul, can we erase that on the World Wide Web? Those buildings need a lot of work, and their cost of operation is very high. So we recognize that relocation presents significant challenges. We began to kind of dip our toes into that area, repurposing a building on a different campus, that kind of thing. I think more conversation needs to be had around those programs and where they should be housed. But we don't have specific recommendations to those in this process.
And we put this timeline together. It is not at all the end all to be all. It is just an option just to kind of show you how you would do that. Because again, you can't just snap your fingers and go. It takes time, and nor should you, because there's a couple, taking a little bit of a time helps mitigate some things. So first off, all the students and staff are gonna need some transition support. And so that takes resources and time away from your human resources staff and your maintenance staff and your counselors and all those things. So doing it in a step out procedure allows you not to be, allows them not to be overwhelmed with just the number of folks that need those resources. So closing Coon to start it off, closing A.B. Wilkins, closing Douglas Byrd for the first year, North, yes. Starting the design process for that elementary, getting that started for that new elementary at Coon. And you'll see that kind of every year you start the design process for another one. So that at the end, you're opening 3 schools in a row, year after year after year.
The important reason for that, one is there are a lot of moving parts here, and there's a lot. And you could choose to be more aggressive in this process. We have a lot of debate around that process, but you want to make sure you have a systematic process going forward. And in terms of design and building facilities, you also don't want to skew the market for construction, because you will have an impact on that. You want to make sure that as you move, as you bring this on, that you can handle it in the most cost-effective way going forward.
You don't want to run out of contractors. Or make them give you a price just in case they get it. So year 2, now you've already designed Coons, and now you're starting to build it. You're starting the design process on Ferguson Easley. You're closing Reed Ross. You're starting the design process on E.E. Smith for its renovation. You're closing Massey Hill. Move on to year 3. You're moving to Ferguson Easley to some sort of swing space. We possibly said T.C. Barron, but don't hold us to that. That was just an idea that we, at the end.
Maybe not.
E.E. Smith High School students to a swing space. We thought about Reed Ross. Starting construction on the Ferguson Easley, starting the renovation on E.E. Smith, starting the design work for the one at Stedman Primary, opening a new elementary school in year 4 at Coon, closing Sherwood Park and Brentwood, because those students are not going to go to Coon. Starting construction on the Stedman Primary, year 5, opening new elementary at Ferguson Easley, closing Margaret Willis because those students are not going to Ferguson Easley, opening that redesigned E.E. Smith, finally closing Reed Ross and Chestnut. Year 6, opening that new elementary at Stedman Primary, closing Stedman Elementary in Beaver Dam, and then also Manchester. Again, this is just kind of a timeline to give you an idea that you can do this, you step this out, so that you have the resources and transition support. It also gives families, for example, like closing Ann Chestnut, we're talking about maybe how that impacts the 12-month calendar. It gives them a couple of years to decide, 2 or 3 years to decide, what do we want to do? Maybe I don't want to put my kid into that program. I go to something else because I know it's going to be gone in a few years. So it gives some time for some of those thoughts as well. It's not an instantaneous hit to
or if you chose to relocate the program into a different facility, then that building could be offset. We had a lot of debate, he and I did, along with the team, about Ann Chestnut in terms of where it comes into the process. and trying to honor your commitment to those students going forward, but also making sure that you're collecting or gathering your operational savings as quickly as
quickly as
possible.
possible. And then we also want to acknowledge that this is a step to a continuous process. And even after some of you may be here as board members and some of you may not, but going forward, there are other things, constructing a new elementary school at Eastover, and consolidating District 7 with that. I said District Elementary, no 7. Constructing a new elementary school and combining Sunnyside and Seabrook. New elementary for Ponderosa and Morgantown. New elementary school for Walker Spivey and Cumberland Road. There's gotten some construction talk on a new middle school for Spring Lake and Pine Forest Middle Schools. You have other high schools that need to be renovated. Pine Forest jumps off the list as far as its scores. And we could probably go on. We just wanted to say that as you start the snowball down the hill, hopefully it will gather snow and roll down the hill, and you can keep expanding this in year 7 to whatever. It really needs to be a continuous improvement, as you've seen in some of our other slides. It doesn't take long to kind of build yourself into a hole that it's hard to climb out of.
There's a lot there.
There's a lot there.
Questions? Are you guys exhausted? You don't have a question?
I feel exhausted, so I know you guys are.
Any questions, comments? You just need to absorb all. Great.
Well, I appreciate your thoroughness, and I obviously worked on it for a long time, but the fact that you came in not being from here and you knew the school's names off the top of your head, and the backstory of so many of them showed that you really dug in and took it seriously, and have made objective advice, and I appreciate that. First of all, professionally with what you did, but a couple of thoughts, and I'm sure we'll have to reconvene on this and keep the conversation going. Is the Coon footprint really big enough for a 900-kid school? I don't really know the size of that back of that campus.
It's big.
Yeah, there's a pretty good size back there, I think.
Okay.
And in my thoughts, again, not an architect, but the schools that I've seen, you're probably looking at primary grades on the first floor and having a second floor for your 4th and 5th grade.
That's true. In other markets, a lot of elementary schools are now
The
2 stories, and we
majority
don't think like that. But
Yeah, none of you really built out that way.
We just visited.
You see,
And it was beautiful.
yeah, so,
So that's a great question. One thing that to me was missing was the Raleigh Road, Long Hill conversation. Didn't show up on any slides. We bought a 20-acre site with utilities many years ago on Elliott Farm Road with the idea of combining those 2 schools and relieving some pressure off of Howard Hall.
Long Hill, Howard Hall, Long Hill, Raleigh.
Yeah, so
I think we did actually talk about that as we went through there, but it came down to, we got $300 million, we got $160 million. How do we do? I mean, let's face it, we could have done it in the what's that Cape Fear area. You could have put 3 new elementaries over there, but we wanted to spread it out a little bit.
I respect and appreciate it. So that's just future conversation. And then just for the board, I think if we're cleaning the house and really being bold, which I encourage us to be bold because it doesn't get visited very often to do it. So I think we need to be that board that thinks boldly. We've got the May Rudd Williams, we need to dispose of. TC Barron, we need to get rid of off our inventory of buildings we may, and Pauline Jones. I know Fayetteville Tech is leasing 2 of those, but I think we ought to get rid of the real estate as well. And then I would just want us to follow through with what they were suggesting is not just close the building, but what are we gonna do with it, the real estate? And like Margaret Willis, I went there and I attended there in Ramsey Street. They were old when I went there. But Margaret Willis, tear the building down, they can be incorporated into Magic Park. Some of these are on major retail thoroughfares. Tear the building down, let the market absorb the real estate at market rate, and then reinvest that money into other projects. So I'm just excited about the opportunities that we've got before us to make these decisions and get something started. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, thank you. Very thorough, very thorough. And I appreciate this, the information that we've received. Alder was very convinced. And I know it was a lot to absorb. It's a lot to absorb. But I'm going back to a statement that was made, and I was thinking about your exact words with regards to E.E. Smith. high school that if you renovate it, some things may have to be cut out or deleted or?
No, I mean, and you have certain portions of that building that are the original 50.
They're older than some of the
So it
additions.
could be that in terms of renovation, when you assess those facilities, like the 95 wing, we just would assume it's in better shape than the 50s space.
Right.
So when I said remove, I meant certain portions of it may not be renovated, certain portions of it may have to be taken to the ground.
Completely
built
down,
back and-
just cut
yeah.
completely out.
So it's gonna, we say renovation for E.E. Smith, but it's probably more of a combo. So it's gonna be some new construction if I'm, in my estimate, as well as renovation of certain spaces.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? Well,
Just kind of moving forward, just to kind of let you know, it's a cascading decisions that need to be made, and I will lead you through that process, kind of moving forward after the new year. There's things that you need to talk about, need to think about, for instance, year-round scheduling. I mean, we have 2 out of 3 schools that were on this. So year-round scheduling, or the E. Smith versus the other stuff, and that would really dictate where we could go from there. And so after the new year kind of coming back, I'll be bringing things forward to you for decisions kind of going forward with the cascading effects going in. Remembering option A can be done without any new construction, but B and C, there's a decision has to be made. So today was about receiving the information and we'll be making some decisions moving forward.
thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been a pleasurable process in that you've got a strong team that we've been working with. When we ask questions, we got answers. And you would think that's a relatively simple process, but there are other places, we wait for answers. And I will tell you that the folks that were worked with on your side of the coin, from leadership all the way down, everyone's had a heart for kids. They wanted to make sure that the decisions that we've made and the ideas that we brought forward, look, because you saw about 3,000, 4,000 students being impacted. I mean, look, it's less than 10% of your student population. However,
for them, it's not.
For them, it's not. For them, it's 100%.
Right.
So it's important that when we're considering these things, we're creating opportunities. And there's more that we could have been done, but again, we tried to stay within the 300, 160. What could be adjusted? Because this is an ongoing process. This is again just the beginning.
And we're not saying bye, because we got some support to give you still.
We're
so.
still in there.
Yeah, and I appreciate what you said about us knowing, I feel like this is a second home. I know these schools better than I know the ones in my house.
Yeah, I was looking at wooded areas because I thought exactly what you thought. I thought, well, that's a pretty area. If that's taken down, that can be a green space. You have to be very considerate. I know I'm preaching to the choir here. You have to be very considerate what happens to these spaces post their educational life for those communities in that neighborhood. A green space is a better use of that space than an empty building, to be honest with you.
In other words, we have to sell them on the dream.
That's fair. And people are generally happier if they think, they may not be perfectly happy, but they're generally happier if they think they're going to a new facility.
Exactly.
At least they see some outcome that is beneficial to them.
Very good. Dr. John.
I had a quick question, Viv. When you was talking about Ramsey and Howard Learning and maybe Richardson, would it be, I'm just asking, just curiosity, would it be efficient if we could move them into another building? Like instead of like close that building down and move, because those are our
Right. And combining them also presents its own special challenge.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking too, but I mean, if we're talking about closing buildings down and things like that, cause I'm thinking, if you, like Stedman and those are nice facilities, I mean, to me.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things they were saying about relocating them, because those buildings are so old, and it'd be more efficient to put them into one of the buildings that's not as old already.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Or,
Okay,
if you've established, there's I hate to say this, a self-contained facility on another campus that would lend itself well to that number of students, because we're talking a relatively low number of students in each of those programs.
Low numbers.
High support, low numbers.
That's because of all that.
And you've got a different mission, mission with Algie Wilkins than you do with the other two.
Yeah, that's how I was just wondering.
Okay. Anybody else? Well, once again, thank you, thank you, thank you, and we will be moving on to 106.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, consider other committees' concerns. I think we've already discussed that. Anybody else have any concerns? Thank you
Okay,
again.
bye-bye.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for lunch.
It was good, I hope you enjoy it.
Better get my bag back here. You take this.
Okay, Kevin. I know that we have a lot to discuss. I mean, a lot to discuss. And we have to really, really concentrate on what we plan to do. And I know you said at the beginning of the year, we'll start digging deeper into what we're planning for. But I want to put this out here now, so that when you are planning, whenever you're discussing, whenever you're seeking companies, et cetera, to assist in this endeavor, I do pray that you keep in mind that we need to start looking into, if we have not already, making sure that we're inclusive of minority contractors. That is something that I wanted to say to you guys. You may consider it inappropriate, but it is a fact that we need to start doing if we have not already. And we want the best of the best, but we have some phenomenal minority contractors out there.
We put that out, we always do put that out to our minority, the name of the
HUB office, Hubsco office.
Hubsco, I just, yeah. So we, yeah, and so we advertise to them and then we take bids. I mean, we take, like MGT came in and they were part of a bidder. I think we got it down too, but we'll continue to always definitely consider everything that, you know, that comes forward. I did want to let you know publicly that we do reach out to Hubsco and we follow that, and we do it by the bidding process, and we'll continue to do that for sure.
Okay, because if we truly plan to be a transparent school system, that's one of the things that we need to be cognizant of.
Couldn't agree
Okay,
more.
thank you.
Okay, 107, then we will adjourn. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. We have our regular board meeting December 9th, 6 o'clock. Please join us. This meeting is now adjourned.
It wasn't too bad.
No, that's not.
It's not too